A lot of the family members would love to like grabs or something, and we get to like study with them. And I'm one of really good volunteers.
Notice a resource for us.
You travel?
Yes, and I studied abroad a lot. I did Mexico.
Two presentations.
I studied in Israel. I studied in Moscow. Hello. Hello. Did you have a good day? Good.
Kind of repeated my. Yeah, Argent
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call to order a regular meeting for March 5th, 2024 of the Hastings and Hudson Board of Education. Starting off, just to note, there are some announcements of upcoming events noted in public content online on board docs, including musical and PTSA and SEPTA community events. We're going to move directly to tenure recommendation that we have up for Dr. Ken Catrone.
Yes, I'm very pleased to recommend to the board that Dr. Ken Catrone be recommended for tenure. And this is a recommendation that came from to me from Mr. Scott Wynn. Very strong recommendation from Scott. Ken is a little off cycle because many may remember that he spent 6 months as the interim principal of FMS. And the way New York State works, when you're in a teacher tenure path, but then step over to an administrative path, he was getting credit for the administrative path to tenure, but it froze his timeline on the teacher. So that put him off cycle. The state is quite strict as to what dates you need to have achieved tenure. So a full group of candidates for tenure this year will be before you. Deserves it too. He needs to have this done now, or he's in some hot water with the state, and we would be, and we don't want that. Because Ken has very much earned tenure. So he's not here this evening. He will join, assuming you vote to give him tenure, his class meeting when you will vote on that class, that cohort. And at that point, Mr. Wynn will make remarks about Mr. Catrone, Dr. Catrone, and you as board members may also choose to make some remarks. But right now, it's a necessary vote. I'm highly recommending. He's earned it, deserves it, and is wonderful with our students, wonderful with the students' families, and especially with his peers. He goes beyond the call to be there for many of us. So that's the recommendation.
Could you maybe say something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'd just like to add he's been a very collaborative teammate. He's been a collaborative partner. He's always willing to be curious, to look at practice, to look at opportunities for the system, volunteering for various committees. So it's been a pleasure to work with him these past few years.
And a nice norm is when he's here and can hear the good words, we'll do that in June.
Yeah.
So it's a little more of a just necessary technical matter to vote tonight.
And maybe you said this, but could you just say, for the purpose of people who are here and maybe watching, just say what he teaches, what he does?
He's an English language arts teacher at FMS, and this is a tenure in the teacher track for ELA. I don't know if you want to add to that, Dr. Szymanski. We'll have Mr. Wynn speak in June in more detail, but yes, thank you. Technically speaking, it's tenure for that.
7th and 8th grade, right?
Well, it's a tenure for larger, but yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Even as a dry technicality, I'm very happy to do it. In May, with the others. Any questions?
I'll also share more later when everybody's here and when he's here, but I'm thrilled to be able to offer him.
So just to be clear, we're voting on this right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to vote now.
Okay, got it. There are no further. If there are no further comments or questions, is there a motion to approve Dr. Ken Catrone's tenure recommendation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Moving on to our student reports. Are you guys feverishly working on them?
I'll start us off.
Okay. Welcome, Eliana. Thank you.
Well, we're doing some last minute
Okay.
edits.
We know it's fresh info, though.
Oh yeah, only the freshest. But we are actually going to talk about February a little bit because we have a lot to cover. Okay, so the Hastings Talent Show was this past Friday, March 1st, and it was a total success. A lot of people came to support. Their friends were performing. I think we had like around 15 acts. There was a dog. It was crazy. You had to be there. So the talent show is an annual event organized by the student union. We had one judge sitting on the stage from each grade, as well as a teacher judge, Ms. Mokler, shout out. And the MC of the night was the wonderful Sergeant Sam Brecker, who did an absolutely amazing job. He also showed off his own talent of speaking a handful of languages, very impressive. The judges voted based on a variety of categories, and the students that placed third, second, and first all won gift cards and prizes. Senior Alex Vargas won first place singing the Bruno Mars song, When I Was Your Man. So congrats to all the performers. It was a huge success.
Where did the dog place?
I'm not quite sure. I am unfortunately not top 3, but a sophomore did show off the tricks that her dog could do. It was,
love it.
It was a
Very
hit.
funny.
Okay.
in our hearts.
Yes, yes. So the student union had a very, very busy week this past week because also on the same day as the talent show, the student union basically told the entire student body and all of the teachers that we were having a vaping assembly. So everyone arrived in the auditorium. Mr. A was in on our secret, and he started to talk about vaping a little bit, and then suddenly there was a glitch in the slideshow, and it was showing all these colors, and then the lights went down, and lights started appearing. There were all different colors. Mr. A's acting skills, top notch. And then music started playing, and Eric and Barney walked onto the stage, and everyone went crazy clapping. And it was an announcement it was a breakout for the school Olympics that are this upcoming week, this upcoming Friday. So they say it's the best kept secret we've ever had in the Hastings High School. The teachers had no idea, so it was very exciting. So now to talk a little bit about the Olympics that are happening this Friday. On Friday, there will be an X-day schedule, so classes are shortened, and in the afternoon, after a catered lunch of pizza, sandwiches, and cookies, students will attend a series of events to compete in. All students have already signed up for 3 activities they will be competing in, all to win points for their grade. The activities for the Olympics, there are many, many of them, but some of them include Mario Kart, basketball, dodgeball, chess, karaoke, and much, much, much more. And at the end of the day, there will be a grade versus grade lip sync battle. That's between the grade reps and our spirit captains, which are a couple selected students from each grade to hype up everybody. And the grade who has gotten the most points over the course of the entire week will be announced at the end of the day, and that grade will win a trophy with Mr. Scotch and Mr. McCann's face on it, as well as an ice cream party, so it's legit, everybody. And the grade reps and the spirit captains are also responsible for decorating a tile of the school ceiling that they were already given, and they're also assigned to decorate a certain hallway with their grade colors. There's also a scoreboard being hung in the lobby to keep track of each grade score throughout the week, as points are not just awarded on Friday, but throughout the week. There are different competitions throughout the gym classes. And also, every morning over the announcements, we have a Hastings-themed trivia question. So it's announced, and the first 20, 30 people to email their answer to Eric and Barney get that point for the grade. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot happening, so everyone's really excited for this Friday. And now to talk even more about SU events that are happening. This Saturday, we are hosting a volleyball tournament in which teams can sign up to compete for gift cards that are funded by the police department. Students can compete against the police department as well as teachers in the science department. Entry is $5, and all the money goes toward the senior class. So getting excited for that. Looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, now moving on from the SU. Student union, like student government. It's our abbreviation. Keep it short. Any seniors interested in getting their seal of biliteracy to show proficiency in a second language attended a meeting this past Thursday, the 29th, where they learned about the process, how it works, through Ms. Paz. Now, we're going to go on. I know this is a long report tonight. There's a lot to talk about.
It's been a long time.
We've missed you.
Yeah, we missed you. It's been forever. I know. Okay, so now I'm going to flash back to February. So at the beginning of the month, Ms. Walter's AP Lit class went to see the Broadway play Appropriate in the City, starring Sarah Paulson, because that's what we had just read in class. But when we arrived at the show, it was canceled because of COVID in the cast. So hopefully we're rescheduling it to see if we can see it again.
You actually went to the city?
Yep, we all arrived at the theater.
Did you get to do something fun instead, or did you just
Kids
head
who
home?
wanted to just sort of dispersed and hung out, but it was a nice afternoon. It was warm.
Oh, man.
It was fine.
It was appropriate.
It was. Okay, now before February break, the Playwrights Festival was the weekend of February 9th. Students were given a prompt after school on that Friday, and then were given 24 hours to write, direct, and perform in a one-act play. It's all run by the amazing Rachel Weinberg. This year's festival had the theme of high school, so each play took place in another location around the building. So the audience was split up upon arrival and was able to move throughout the school watching different scenes. It was very interactive. It was so much fun to do and to watch it unfold. I think next year they're hoping to maybe do it around town. We'll see. So kids worked really hard on it and it was a lot of fun. Also before February break was the second PL retreat of the year. All the senior PLs went on an overnight trip to the Blue Mountain Reservation, where we reflected on the time we've spent with our co-leaders, as well as reviewing the activities that we each designed as co's, and now, so each pair designed their own activity, and now we're playing them, doing them with our kids, so maybe they'll be kept for future years. It was really fun, this retreat, and I look forward to soon reading the applications of the next year's PLs. And finally, for my part tonight, over February break, Hastings Kids organization ran their program HOH Hikes, which involves high schoolers taking elementary school students on walks through the hillside woods. We had 3 hikes this year. We do them over every break. It was a lot of fun, so for future breaks, look out, sign up your kids. It'll be a great time. Okay, over to Guy.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you.
Hello, hello. The Spanish 5 honors class just presented their passion projects last Thursday evening. It was an amazing night filled with chatter in both English and Spanish, and there were people of all ages wandering in the cafeteria. So the Passion Project is an annual endeavor for all of the advanced Spanish class, where students pick a topic and enhance a skill within it over the course of a few weeks. There were a lot of projects on so many different topics and through so many different mediums. I was seeing posters, videos, compositions, clay, carving. It was amazing. Everybody was super excited to share their hard work and interests, and a huge thanks to Senor Lopez for organizing it with the class. And as if we needed more proof that this year is speeding away, we 11th graders just received the news that we will be presented with our PL applications next week. So that'll mark the beginning of a pretty long process where we're going to try and secure one of those coveted spots. Some of the advanced Spanish classes recently went on a trip to Merida, Spain. Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry.
There's probably one in Spain, too.
I've been out sick. This is the brain fog. My apologies. Mexico. There were nearly 30 students on the trip, a lot of whom were juniors, but there were a bunch of seniors too. Unfortunately, neither of us were able to attend, but I have heard so many amazing things, and I know that Senor Lopez put up a blog which is available on the school website and I believe was emailed to a bunch of people as well. So once again, huge thanks to Senor Lopez for organizing that amazing week, as well as Mr. Wynn and Ms. Bromberg. So WESF, which is the Westchester Science and Engineering Fair, is happening this weekend. So this is for the science research class specifically. all of the seniors who are involved in the class are presenting their projects at this fair, and all of the juniors who are going to be working on projects eventually are going to see what all of these fairs are doing and what all this work is culminating towards. So super excited for that. The 5th grade show, Mary Poppins, is coming up this weekend. This was such an interesting moment for me, realizing that the show was Mary Poppins, because that was my 5th grade show. So realizing that it has been enough years for them to be redoing that show was pretty big. The SUPA history class, which is the Syracuse University Project Advanced, is taking a trip to the ADL Never Is Now Summit Conference on Thursday. We'll be joined by a couple of sophomores who volunteered. We're going to be spending the day outside of classes and walking through attending seminars that are led by the ADL. And last thing, I promise, my very dear friend, Caitlin Thomas, track star supreme, has recently placed 10th at the statewide competition. So congrats to Caitlin.
Union this year to that grade, and it's not just all those kids that experience it. It's like what you've sort of a bar you guys raise and set that transfers down. So it's really wonderful to see. I have to say, it's impressive.
And thank you to all the teachers and admin and outside Hastings adults who support and sponsor and do all this so that you guys can do it. I mean, it takes a village, and we have one. So glad, and thanks to all of our admin and staff who also contribute.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Bill, a report from superintendent. We'll move on to anything you want to highlight from what's posted online?
I will be just very boring and quiet compared to Kai and Ileana. We do have energy once a month when we meet, so actually it's somewhat coordinated. My 6 single-space page document provides some of the very much detail you've just shared, but I cannot match your spirit. So I would just urge the public to read. And it has very important updates, but again, I don't have the energy they do. But once a month I do when we meet, so thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our report from Dr. Jasmansky. Anything stuff posted here, anything you want to highlight or pull out?
I just wanted to note that this is a retrospective, given that we had the snow cancellation, so you'll see some things that are a little bit further back. And I did want to note the Tri-State Revisit on Systemic Collaboration will now be taking place on March 12th. So we're looking forward to our critical friends helping us to benchmark where we've been, where we're going, and to hear an update on our work around systemic collaboration.
Excellent. Thank you. We have substantial public tonight, so we have public comment. Our first one is going to come up early. Melissa, you have a list already of people, or how are we doing this?
Andy Zimmerman.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, hi.
Could you introduce yourself and give your address?
Andy Zimmerman, 7 Ridge Street. So, twice within the last 6 years, there's been a proposal in the budget to bring the number of music teachers in the district from 6 down to 5. And twice, the parents rose up and the kids rose up by the hundreds and stopped that from happening. And I guess we thought it was over, but now we're hearing rumblings that it might not be. We haven't noticed that the position of Mr. Rubino, who's retiring, has been advertised. And I see a slide in the slide deck that says, let's see if I can find it here. Changes in instructional budget, decrease 0.6 FTE district-wide specials, and I believe that refers to the music teacher position. He already went from full-time to half-time this year, and then I guess he's being zeroed out from next year, his position. Going back further, people may not remember this, but there was a time in the past when the 6 teachers in these schools were cut down to 5, and that led to a spiraling downwards of the music program. It just basically, over a period of years, fell apart until they felt they had to hire another teacher back, and that's why we have 6 again now. I guess I don't have to say all the reasons why. You know, obviously, if you cut the teachers from 6 to 5, you're giving up something. You can't give up nothing. And it's just very demoralizing for everybody, including the good teachers that we have when that happens, who are being stretched thin. And who knows if they will stick around. I would just like to say, for all the reasons that people like music, both parents and kids, one of them these days, it's hard to get into colleges, and it's hard to pay for colleges, and music can help with that. So that's just one extra little reason why people care about it. Anyway, the music program is doing great. It's better than ever. It's bursting at the seams. There's tons of kids in the middle school who are doing it, to the point where the teachers are having a hard time now even, I believe, meeting the need, especially with Mr. Rubino being cut back. It's just very disappointing, and I hope that if that's the decision that's been made, I hope that the course will be reversed. And, you know, I can't, my kid has been well trained. In fact, I have to leave because I have to go down and see him perform down in the village at Uncle Lefty's tonight. But I'm just going to say that if the course is not reversed, then I'll be back in 2 weeks and I'll have company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm very new to board meetings, so I apologize. I don't know the full procedures or not. I try to.
3 minutes.
Yeah. My name is Patrick Rembish, and 137 Southside Avenue. If I don't mind, I'm just going to do it quickly, sure. So that I try to be as fast as possible. So my name is Patrick Rembish. I'm a father of 2 wonderful boys. One is 8-year-old attending Hillside. Another one is 5-year-old, soon to enter Hillside as well. I'm here because I'm shocked that the gender classes are taught to children this young. Here in school, the kindergartners are taught about gender and pronouns. Second graders are taught terms like transgender and non-binary, and we can use our eyes to judge reality of the world. That is, we can't assume gender based on how someone looks. Third graders are taught that everyone can change the reality and force that reality onto others with self-defined pronouns. Every textbook about early childhood development says basically the same thing, namely that until the age of about 7 or sometimes older, children think that when something changes its appearance, its underlying reality changes too. This doesn't just apply to gender expression, it applies to pretty much everything. The vast literature clearly spells out that children this young don't have mental faculties to distinguish gender and biological sex, like we adults have that ability. In their mind, one equals the other. Teaching children this young about gender and pronouns risks confusing them. Primary goal of adolescence is to establish identity. How are the children to do it if they are pushed into uncertainty? Children don't want to be taught about infinite possibilities of gender expression. Instead, they are looking for concrete answers. This is not just a theoretical claim. One mother shared with me how confused her 8-year-old was when asked about preferred pronoun. That evening, he went through his closet and threw out all his clothes that couldn't prove to anyone that he's definitely a boy. With seemingly innocent questions about his pronouns, the boy felt alienated and that much more determined to play into his gender stereotype. Is this what we want? These gender classes are not damaging only to the so-called healthy kids. They also have serious consequences for gender questioning kids as well. Changing names and pronouns is often portrayed to parents and educators as harmless and reversible, but all available evidence suggests the contrary. It often leads the gender questioning children to irreversible medical intervention. As one doctor from WPATH, which is the leading organization on transgender health, complained how hard it is to explain consequences of medical intervention to people who haven't even had biology in high school yet. Another one shared how hard it is to explain to a 9-year-old consequence of going on puberty blockers. Yet another spoke about how their young patients try to pick and choose gender characteristics from their hormone treatment. Where do those 9-year-olds get an idea to experiment with their gender as if they were building proverbial Mr. Potato Head? Sadly, it is partially from schools. It is from teachers and counselors who probably, and I genuinely believe it, probably with a genuine desire to make better place for those individuals, push ideas that go contrary to well-established science. Somehow these good intentions produce unintended devastating effects, lives are ruined. Countless young individuals with their transition face lifelong consequences. Could I mind just 20 seconds more? Yeah. Lifelong consequences. They talk with resentment and point their accusatory fingers at doctors and yes, schools. But there's a better way, of course. We should let kids grow, appreciating their diversity, ways to understand the world without denying their natural proclivity to make statements about the world, yes, also based on how things look. We should teach them that clothes, haircuts, or colors by themselves don't define a person. I don't think we all agree on that. That something deeper is also at the root of each and every one of us. We should teach them that bodies matter. We don't need to talk about gender, pronouns, or other ideological beliefs to teach our children how to be accepting and respectful of others. And the very last sentence, as famous architect said, the less is more. Let's apply this principle to the way we interfere with our children's natural development. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shorter. Laura Heisler-Mitten, 45 Chestnut Drive, on behalf of Hastings Rainbow Families and Allies. On February 8th, Nex Benedict, a non-binary 16-year-old, was beaten by their classmates in a school bathroom and died the following day. For those of us with trans and non-binary children, this kind of news is both dreaded and expected, because we know the dangers that our children face in communities that fail to protect them. So we are here tonight to say thank you. The work you are doing is life-saving, and it enriches the lives of all of our kids. We all need help to break free from stereotypes. The earlier we start, the better our chance for a more authentic life. Before the gender lessons were introduced at Hillside, our trans and non-binary kids, we're talking 5- and 6-year-olds, they had to shoulder the weight of teaching their peers about their very existence. Now they don't. Now they go to a school that sees them and meets them, not merely with acceptance, but with true nurturing and allyship. How many elementary schools in this country can say that? We are also hearing Hillside students, trans and cis, assert their right to break free of gender stereotypes, telling their friends that interests, likes, and clothes belong to all genders. Hillside is building a foundation that the entire district has the opportunity to capitalize on. To be clear, there is more work to be done in all 3 buildings to ensure that gender is never a reason for bullying or harassment for any of our children. When kids learn these lessons at school, when it's introduced by teachers and normalized, it's legitimized. We are grateful to Drs. McCursey and Szymanski, to our 3 building principals, led by Amy Kazis and Julian Snyder, and to Dr. Mateo Toledo, all of whom stand by the New York state laws that protect gender-expansive kids and who recognize this work as part of a fundamental human rights education. All of them have offered a safe, welcoming space for any questioning parent to sit down with them, to be heard, and to learn more. We agree it is crucial to feel safe to ask uncomfortable questions, to get the words wrong. We also believe that we are each responsible for doing the work to listen to the answers, to keep evaluating our positions before they simply become dug in, to do better, all of us, once we have learned more. We are grateful to the people of Hastings who show up in the hundreds to support Pride Night, who share the vision of making Hastings a haven for families across the LGBTQ+ spectrum, a haven that is sorely needed in our increasingly transphobic world. And we are grateful to you, members of the Board of Ed, who have affirmed this work with your votes, your funding, and your words. Finally, we are grateful to our kids, who in many ways are leading us in this work. You show us every day that you are more than capable of handling gender lessons that affirm the existence, complexity, and dignity of all people. Talk to kids. They'll tell you it's really not so complicated. They are listening and watching to see if we can be the leaders we are capable of being. Together, let's keep doing that and be worthy of their trust. Next Benedict's story reminds us that a child needs more than supportive parents or guardians. They need a community. We are grateful to all of you in this community. Thank you, Hastings Rainbow families and allies.
Okay, thank you all very much. Moving on, we're going to open up with our initial budget presentation. Before we do, I just want to say a big thanks to you, Maureen, and to Nick and the whole office, because going through that, it was just it looked like a lot of legwork took to get to this point that, especially this year, there's so many shifting and moving parts. So thank you. It must have been a big lift. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that. So Bill, you're going to open this up, right?
Yes, I'll open up and extend the thank you. You got the clicker, Maureen,
Yeah,
so
do you want
great.
it, or do you want
No,
me
you
to?
do it. I'll sort of give you a thumbs up or
Give me the
whatever.
high sign.
I also want to, I'll keep going. I mean, stay one way or the other. It's a brilliant presentation. So, extending a thanks, immense amount of work now with the board. So we'll be working hard with you over the next couple of months on the proposed budget. And yes, great thanks to Maureen, thanks to Melissa, but very much also thanks to our building leaders, Lou, Scott, and Amy. I tend to use first names. I hope that's okay. They've been rolling up their sleeves intensively, as well as other members of the leadership team, to bring you this preliminary presentation. And as Maureen will explain, this is the first of really 3 intensive presentations, and as the board needs to dig in more, we'll do that. The first slide here gives the overview of what we're doing tonight. We're reiterating budget goals, giving a summary, very much underscoring major factors affecting the budget. Some of this is year to year. There are some new layerings and flavorings to it. Will this year. The tax cap considerations are very, very significant. We are very pleased to bring you a budget within the tax cap. As we will share later, many districts around us are struggling with that. This is a very difficult time for a lot of districts relative to the budget, and we will talk about the use of reserves a bit. The next piece of overview is what's the purpose of our budget. A budget's really an essential strategic document, a planning document. It's a document to help us take stock of where we are, where we want to go. The core of it is, are we educating all our students? Are we providing them the opportunity for robust learning in all ways? Now, this year, we can increasingly talk about this budget as to how does it advance the portrait of a Hastings learner. We are still early in that. We're purposely going slow with that to try and bring good ownership for it, but it is right now already a very good intellectual and philosophical framework for us as a district. And one of the strengths of the portrait is, while a small number helped frame it, it was a very diverse group representing all stakeholders who helped frame it. And if you look at our portrait intellectual and philosophical framework, plain English, the words, the phrases, they are not typical. They are Hastings. If you go out and compare it to other places that have portraits, ours feels like it, as it should. It feels like ours. So that is, at many steps along the way we're thinking about for you as a board, the community, the students, what's in this budget. The goals, we look at our way this year really trying to maintain our core programs and resources. We actually feel we're doing that. We have found ways to keep everything going. We'll speak to that later. We want to really create opportunities for access to high-level learning in a wide array. For example, we will get in at some point, if not tonight, in the instructional presentation, the class size discussions. We are holding on to class size. We're holding on to the smaller classes even at the high school. That value is a great deal to our students. Professional training is very, very important. That's in this budget and quite significant for us, and we'll have even some more updates beyond this presentation tonight from Maureen on the facilities. That's a critical area for us. Community expectations matter. That, what I mean by community here is the broadest sense of community. It's starting from the inside out. What we mean by our students, staff, administrators, teachers, but then going out to families, partners in the community. Most of these are points that were on this slide last year, but we're leading this year with high-quality educators. If we aren't able to have at the core high-quality professionals, we're nothing. And that tracks to the budget. The budget is 80-some% personnel, so we need to be very sensitive to, are we doing everything we can to keep our high-quality people here and attract other high-quality people here to work with our students. The rest of the slides here, I mean, you can read the elements on this slide. I've already mentioned the class size piece. Let me stress here the social emotional well-being. Hastings has stood for and has to continue to stand for that whole student, the total student, and that social emotional piece. This budget keeps going. And again, we'll come back later, really not as much in this presentation, but a subsequent report later in the meeting on just how we have to keep paying attention to our facilities. I'm the words person, Maureen's the numbers person. These words matter. Due to significant pressures coming from the external, we've been talking with the board about this, we are in a difficult couple year for budget. We're not alone, though. The board knows I've been lucky to spend the last couple weeks with a fair number of superintendents, both here in New York State and Connecticut, and everywhere budget growth is north of 4%. We're bringing you south of that, some 3.56%. In Connecticut, they don't have the reserve opportunity, so those growth numbers in wealthy districts, many of them part of tri-state, are north of 5 or 6% growth, if their communities will provide that. And other districts around us are cutting quite significantly. We're not having to do that due to very deft management of the budget, both short and long term. So you see the number there, the 3.53% delta year to year. We're going to do another slide in a second that for you as a board, I urge you to think at the highest level. We will worry about the particular details, but it's that highest level, both in terms of that budget-to-budget growth, where are we relative to the tax cap, what's the impact on residents here in terms of taxation. We feel this is a very, very strong budget in that regard. And lastly, that bottom line point. Most important, we need to make sure we're continuing to create opportunity for students to advance in all ways. I care about growth and I care about opportunity for growth. We can't guarantee that every student will grow at the rate, but we want to commit to the opportunity to provide them that. So that's the overview, that's the narrative, those are the words, and now for the numbers.
Yes, so thank you, Bill. Okay,
Oh,
yes.
and let me just,
Sure,
we have
first.
a lot here. Jot your questions on the side of a piece of paper, and at the end, we'll get into questions. All right, thank you. Sorry, Marie.
Yes, thanks, Bill. So as Bill mentioned in the beginning, we're a bit behind because of this shifting of the board meeting. Not behind because we start early, so behind maybe of what we had planned, but we're still, many districts really start this conversation around the time we're beginning, and so we feel with this presentation, and currently we have two others that are much more detailed, but for tonight, just to kind of start the conversation and provide a good amount of information for us to start off with. So again, oops, I'm hitting my thing and not this. Okay. So the thing we've been starting with the last few years was just, again, what are the numbers? What are we talking about? So as Bill mentioned in the previous slide, our current budget we're bringing to is a budget-to-budget change of 3.53. And this year our Hastings legal tax cap limit was 3.19. On the bottom, typically it's best to focus on the tax levy rate growth because that piece is really related to the spending we're doing. But the tax levy you'll see here, and we do provide this information also, it is showing that it will be in fact negative, but that is more to do with the reevaluation of properties in Hastings and those things. So that doesn't translate to people having a reduction in taxes. So we just want to always make sure we disclose that so no one thinks that we're either trying to suggest that their taxes will be going down. Okay. So again, these are... Huh? No. I know. But sometimes, it does, because it's in that, in the red, that people may think there's some miraculously we're able to reduce taxes. So again, as Bill stated, much of these are the same each year because they are always the same drivers. So again, we have some internal factors that impact our budget each year, and those are things that Bill spoke about earlier, and, you know, things such as enrollment, programs, and things like that that are internal and somewhat controlled by us. Then there are some that are internal as well as external, because contractual obligations, although we negotiate the contracts, are largely driven by what the market is for people doing different jobs in our district. Pension costs, again, are for all of our employees, which are managed by the state pension systems, health insurance, and other things that are either state and federal mandates. And when there's changes in those, that has a direct impact to us in terms of cost, but we don't typically get funded on any of those mandates. Okay, again, I'm not going to read through this slide, but this is, again, we use our slide presentations also as information packets online, so as people look through them, they'll see that these are ways budgets are defined in New York State, and each category here is the way we are required to break down our budget, and as you can see, under certain categories, there's certain expenses that need to be reported under those categories, and we'll be, as I mentioned tonight, going through them all at a high level, and in subsequent budget presentations, we're going to dig down into greater detail. Tonight, though, we will speak in a little bit more about general support, as that is one of the smaller areas of the budget, and allow us to have more time to discuss the instructional portions at a later meeting. Again, budget realities. As I mentioned earlier, with cost drivers, mandates without relief are always problematic for us. So an example of that would be anything even like, say, security or things having security plans, and although those are wonderful things and we have to operationalize those things, they do not come with any funding attached to it. So there are things, and I could provide a list, but, you know, each year there tends to be a few things added to that list for districts. Again, the uncertainty, we'll speak about this a bit later when we go through our revenues about state funding. I've been mentioning some of these at previous meetings in terms of currently in the governor's proposal, although we did see a significant, and we're very grateful for it, increase in our foundation aid this year. As many districts believed, it would be short-lived based upon the state's ability to continue to be able to fund those increases. And this year we are seeing in the governor's proposal a shift, which would mean a reduction in actual dollars to the district. So again, these are things that are just something each year, and they don't tend to change. Again, changes in enrollment behind trend data. Bill said, as he had mentioned at our instructional presentation, will delve more into enrollment trends and our actual numbers and trend data. And then again, some special education services. So again, these are things in which between now and when we adopt our budget, we may then make some shifts because of the additional information we will receive on each of these categories. So that is why we tend to mention them here, because we're still presenting to a budget, but there may be some final tweaks before the board adopts it. Okay, so here preliminary 24-25 budget. So again, how we start off our budget, we really do adopt what some people like to call zero-based budgeting, meaning although for the most part, some of our expenses are going to roll year to year, but in terms of our enrollments, programs, and all of those items, there is a review of those each year, and based upon student need and shifts in thinking around some things, we do kind of start off with somewhat of a blank slate. But that being said, there are certain things, if we look at what we're doing today, without changes in a lot of different areas, and we say, okay, if we were just to, just open up shop next year and not much changes, what would our budget have been prior to us knowing some of those other factors? So basically, our rollover budget, and it's between $1.6 million and $2 million, and that's really just saying, okay, we have our current staffing level, and then once we learn some of those external cost drivers such as health insurance and the retirement systems. And again, these are listed here, although there's a host of others because they're big dollars, right? So there's some things that are going down, and these are the things that are really the cost drivers. So as before we even add $1 to the budget, these are, how we kind of start off the year. In
addition, and again, we will be going into greater detail at our instructional budget, but what we wanted to do tonight, at least, was just to kind of share some of the things that make up our spending plan this year at a high level. And again, we'll be able to give you greater detail on why those additions or subtractions are being proposed. So again, these are now things that were requested or needed to be added. So currently, in addition to our rollover budget, we needed, based upon student need, there was an increase of about 1.8 to possibly 2.0 of special education staffing at the middle school and mostly at the middle school. There was requests for additional funding for theater, and this is things that, because of the amount of shows and just the amount of students, we did fold that into our budget this year. And then the remainder on this slide, we've spoken about this at previous budget meetings, and I believe earlier this year. Prior to this year, for about 3 years since the onset of COVID, there was a good amount of federal money that was rolling into all government agencies, the state and school districts. And some of the positions that were able to be either expanded or created or partially funded during COVID, that money now is done. Like we've spent, it was the funding was over 2 years, some was over about 3.5. So as we looked at what those expenses were that were previously covered by the grant, we had to determine whether we would roll those in. And this budget does have those expenses being picked up in our budget. And again, those will be, we'll have an opportunity to speak to those in more detail in future meetings. In addition, again, these are just very high level other items that are also included in our budget. They include some dollars for capital, and as Bill had mentioned, we have some, as we always do, significant facilities needs that we'll be addressing with this recommendation of $275,000 being recommended to capital. Just as a reminder, this year that number was $550,000, so we are bringing it down, although we're still recommending some monies to be offset, and we'll get an opportunity to present further on that. We are, in this budget, increasing our appropriation of fund balance, and when I get to the revenue side, I'll explain that in a little bit greater detail. And again, we continue to prioritize a conservative approach of use of reserves, because although we do have reserves, if you're unable to replenish them, there's a point in which you're creating a larger cliff, a financial cliff. So we want to be cognizant of why they're created, and of course use them when needed, but we want to make sure we're not using too much in any given cycle. Again, state aid, this is just gives you the dates in which we learn information from the state in regards to their state aid proposal, and that's when they're on time. But so far, the executive budget came out on time, but we're still waiting on the final legislative proposal. As I had mentioned earlier, the biggest concern with the current governor's proposal is this proposal of eliminating what is known at the state level as a hold harmless. Really what a hold harmless means is that no matter what changes are made in the formula of state aid, whatever district receives in 1 year, they will never receive less, even if that formula would suggest that we should. That has been in place, I don't know, as long as I've worked here. So that's always kind of good, because you always know, okay, even if things were to change, at least, we may not get more, but we won't get less. So again, that for some districts may not be as problematic, but for a district like ours, with the other suggested changes to the formula, would absolutely mean we would be losing, or not losing, we would be receiving less money each year. So that, coupled with the shifting of foundation aid funding and a recommendation to change aid ratios based on wealth factors, is extreme. Oh, are you signaling?
No, keep going.
Oh, sorry.
I'll tuck in when you're ready.
Okay, sure. On right now? Okay, so those things.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. See, I could see out of the corner of my eye. So those things right now are what many districts in our region are extremely concerned about.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate here, it's really important. We are a meeting in public, so I want the public to know that the superintendents in this part of the state are incredibly well organized, and have advocacy done correctly right up through the New York State Supers Association. There's a lot of pressure appropriately done. We are a democracy, small d, it's allowed, to really have the governor think differently about this. But we will not know that answer till after you as a board have had to vote on the budget. And that's similar across. So we have to assume these recommendations will go through this year. They may not. There's a good chance the governor, even if they don't go through this year, will be back at it next year. So we have to plan for this sort of frugality from the state. Right. But I just want to assure you that the superintendents are working very actively through the right channels to raise good, hard questions about why these are the proposals. And an impact on us, yes. Other districts, it's far more significant, but it is an impact on us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
I mean, that's the one thing we always say, we don't get as much of our state aid. When there is a shift, it's not as impactful. For districts who are either at the 20 or 25% ratio of their budget, any shift is even obviously more significant. But again, any dollars that are lost have to be made up in the tax levy, so that we don't want to lose anything. Again, this graph we use each year, just basically, as Bill had mentioned earlier, that 80%, or actually over now, 80% of our budget is really just for salary and benefits. We're a people-driven organization. That's what we do, and that's where, although there are other dollars, much of it is very little, and for things such as like Con Ed and insurance that we have to pay. Okay, so as I mentioned tonight, we are hoping to kind of get through the general support part of the budget, and the board at the next meeting will have a detailed line-by-line budget, and we'll provide that as part of our budget documents. But just for tonight, we just want to hit on really the changes in each of these line items, and I can just very quickly through each line item explain what is covered there. Some are, self-explanatory, others may not be, like special items. I'll just go through that quickly. So the Board of Ed, that is, that expense line, just for the public, none of the board gets paid. They're all here because they love it. But there are certain expenses such as the annual vote, the portion of the salary, of the district clerk, and things such as subscription to board docs, policy review, and those type of expenses, being part of regional Board of Ed, what is the Westchester, yes, NISBA, but also Westchester County, Putnam School Board Association, and we do, those are expenses, and they need to be budgeted in this line item, and that's where they are. I will just highlight that the change in the increase in that line item is due to, we're anticipating having a bond vote potentially next year in 24-25. Whether we have it or not, we need to make sure we have money because to pay for the election workers and such. So running a vote for us, it's about $12,000 to $15,000 in costs. And we, just like our bond each year. Chief School Administration, that's the superintendent's office, and all the expenses, memberships, and other things related to his office, as well as the clerical support person. Finance is the business office, and it also covers all of our 3 required audits that we receive each year that I'd be happy to give up, but they are in there. And again, they do need to be budgeted in that area, as well as other external partners that are required for pension, or actuaries and different expenses that we're required to have reviews on our information, and all of that is budgeted in there, and administration of 403Bs, 457s, and other legal requirements around finance. Legal, personnel, public information is for our communications department, our HR office, and for our school district attorneys, and the expenses there. And this is a slight decrease there, and just to go up to the others, those are just like either contractual or other external increases there you'll see in the other line items. Operations and maintenance. This line item, I just want to highlight this here. So this is all the custodial department, and our Con Ed, and our water, and our electric, and all of those large expenses are part of this category. Currently, we are in this budget eliminating almost 2 positions in that department. If that, and we feel comfortable, we can get into in greater detail, And we're doing it through retirements, so it's just not replacing people and restructuring some positions. Had we not been able to do that here, that line item would have went up by almost $400,000 or 300 and change because of the positions that we're able to restructure. So that's like a net number, that increase of 133. Our Con Ed bills, our water bills, our maintenance bills, the cost of even garbage bags. I mean, everything has gone up so exponentially. In addition to just grounds up keeping all of those numbers, we're finding them to be growing extremely over the last few years. So although it's still 133,000, again, that could have been significantly higher there had we not been able to accomplish some of those reductions. The next category, typically the security in previous years, this was budgeted under the instructional part of the budget, but through regionally, we're trying to align all of our expenses in different categories, and security is one of those in the general support. So as we look at neighboring districts, we can do like an apples to apples comparison on like how sometimes it's helpful for people like myself, and we've agreed to kind of do that. As far as the security, again, it's another area where this past year we tried to reduce it a bit, or tried to bring it in, and we're finding that the number or the need for security, both school-based, meaning we have some security aides that really are critical for us that help with the student management, as well as our guards who help keep the actual physical property safe and all of that. And the fact that these buildings are used not 24 hours, but well beyond the school day requires us to have security. We have groups in here every night till 10 o'clock and every night till 9:30 at Hillside. And we've had issues around security in this building, so now we've had to increase that. So the increase here in the security line is reflective of that. And that's actually with reducing one of the guards that we have this year, because we had to increase mid-year, and now we're trying to bring it back a bit. But, it'll either require us to close the building a bit earlier, and we'll just have to manage that. Special items, this is the cost of our yearly required participation in BOCES, and that means we pay a fee, as do all component districts. We don't have a choice in the matter, but that the cost of that is what is called special items. We also are seeing a significant increase in our general insurance. I believe our insurance line alone, I think it's going up about 20 to 25%. We are in a consortium, meaning we're self-insured with about 25 other districts. It is still based upon the amount of exposure we have. It is still, we believe, and we're looking at other alternatives, but it is still a better plan than we could probably get if we were to leave this consortium. The thing is that the overall insurance market, general insurance, is going up exponentially. Between lawsuits and all these things, they drive the industry, but there's also been, even when things happen, this is how it's been explained to me in other areas or outside of here, it still then pushes up the overall cost of insurance, like meaning natural disasters or fires and such as that. Like, it actually impacts the entire insurance industry. But I will say the one thing that we want to be careful of, to save $20,000 on our, close to $300,000 worth of general liability insurance, we're very well insured. And and part of it also is we have a lot of claims against us, and that's what's also driving the amount that we as Hastings District is paying up. So anytime there's anything filed against us, we have those attorneys are handling it through our insurance. So now again, we were fortunate because another line item in this category is when we have borderline properties, and if those children choose to, in that case, go to Dobbs Ferry, we have to pay Dobbs Ferry. This year, the family that child is no longer there, so that this line item went down by like $40,000, or that number would have been higher. So we were able, even with the $30,000 increase, there were some other things coming down there. So again, net numbers, a lot of detail, and you will have a book eventually to see what I'm talking about. But just wanted to highlight, again, things such as like insurance that we're really seeing, and every district is very concerned about it. So here I just kind of went through what I just
went over with you all. And again, this is just so when we put these on the online, people will kind of get the highlights of each category. If you can read this, but it will be, again, it's on there. Again, this is just our instructional budget. We're not going to go through it tonight other than to say, and this does not include health insurance and pension costs, but our increase to our instructional budget, it includes the categories listed here: curriculum office, supervision, teaching, special education, English language learners, media and technology, guidance, health, psychologists, co-curricular and athletics. We're almost at $1 million increase year over year, and that is a net number where there will be some increases, as I mentioned, and there will be some shifts in other staffing based on student need and actual programs. Not necessarily cuts to programs, but, you know, just as we do the schedule and where things fell out. Again, this is just a high-level overview of what are some of the proposed what's being proposed within that instructional budget. I spoke earlier about the increase to the special education teachers needed for the middle school and a very small portion for the high school. There's also, again, as I mentioned earlier, with the decrease, I mean, there was those positions that were previously grant funded that had to be rolled in there. That's, for us, a new expense now. There was also quite a bit of software and for screening, right, the screening softwares and different things that we were able to pay through COVID dollars that now, if we continue to use those, which I think people want to, and we have folded that into this budget. So our technology costs, and we also had money for technology services in those COVID dollars because at that time when everyone was remote learning, the federal government put a lot of money into that, but now that that money's gone, a lot of those expenses still exist. So there are dollars for that. Currently, we are anticipating a 2.0 reduction in K-6 positions driven on changes in enrollment. And as Bill had mentioned, we'll be sharing what our projected enrollments at K-6 look like and what the resulting class sizes are for those based upon these reductions. There is recommended, again, these are not cuts, they're rather based upon being able to be more efficient with our staffing. There is a recommended reduction of 0.6 FTE in music.
So I can speak to that a little bit. I just wanted to provide some clarification. So last spring, we recognized a retirement of a member of the music faculty. And then the same member of the music faculty was promptly hired back as a 0.6 FTE, 0.6 position, with the understanding that anticipated projections in both enrollment and scheduling would not necessitate the staff for the 2024-25 school year. So that was already part of the thinking last spring. And so as we entered the budget planning process, we revisited the music department's needs with regard to staffing. And we did that together with John Carini, who's the music department chairperson, the building principals, Jeanette Coker, who's director of school counseling, and myself, all of who are key to the scheduling process. Everyone in that group has remained student-centered and deeply committed to the music program. So there was an intention to make sure that we are preserving with full fidelity our programming, because that is really, really important to us personally, professionally, and as a district. So with that in mind, we can maintain the full fidelity of all of our music offerings and our music lessons without replacing the 0.6, which was largely, again, anticipated due to natural reductions in enrollment, decreased sectioning, and also room in a teaching schedule to be able to pick up some additional work. So I want to recognize and thank John Carini, our department chairperson, who has been very creative, very collaborative, very forward-thinking, and every member of the group that I mentioned who met multiple times putting heads together to make sure that we have the full fidelity of our program moving into the following school year. So I want to share with you the anticipated schedule, just to be super transparent. So we have John Carini, who would be picking up 3rd grade orchestra, 4th grade orchestra, fifth grade orchestra, sixth grade orchestra, and high school recording technology. Katie Conkra would be K4 general music. Doug Friedman, fourth grade band and K4 general music. John Riss, fourth grade general music, fifth grade chorus, sixth grade chorus, seventh and eighth grade chorus, high school chorus, hillside chorus, and high school music theory 1. And Eric Day, fifth grade band, sixth grade band, seventh and eighth grade band, seventh and eighth grade orchestra, high school band and orchestra, and high school AP music theory. So I just wanted to be very clear about that, because we are all very deeply committed to our music programming. It takes some creativity, some problem solving, some forward thinking, and we're all very confident in making sure that we're doing right by students and faculty.
No jazz band?
And that is in the mix as well. No change. Yeah, no change. Additional.
Yes, so thank you for that, Melissa. And again, I just also want to highlight that it was a 0.6 this year based upon, again, recommendation from the music department based on what the needs were. So it wasn't that we ever cut it, back this year. But that's where it currently sits. The next is actually this number now looks to be more at a decrease in 5 teacher aides. I should have updated this slide. I didn't get a chance to. And again, this is again based on individual students, because again, that drives the need to add. And it also, when children either leave or no longer need that service, it would reduce. The next item here is, it was a good opportunity to kind of combine or restructure some roles. So this budget also reflects similar to what we were able to do with some custodial positions. We were able to realign some clerical positions district-wide, and by doing so, we're able to decrease 2, and we basically won't be replacing 2 staff members after their retirement. And we are also recommending, and this, again, there are some of these that are based upon, we need to be efficient. You'll see when we get to how we balance our budget that our tax dollars are insufficient to pay for our current expenses. So, as an example, the last 2, it's not as though these people are needed, but we needed to tighten up and be more efficient where we can be in terms of the clerical and even some of the teacher aide roles where we tightened up some of the schedules there. And then the last here is that we all are also recommending a reduction in a technology BOE support person. I can tell you that this one is also hard, because that requires that when there's an issue with technology that, currently we have a very good staffing model that allows when a teacher's having an issue, staff's able to be deployed there pretty quickly. This will, we've had it with less, and it's not great, but as we look to try to keep things out of the program and not have to reduce elsewhere, we made some of these efficiencies. Transportation overview. This, again, is part of the non-instructional budget. Oops, I didn't change the slide. So last year, if you may recall that we had a significant increase in our in-district busing. Last year, our bus company, who is currently still our contractor, that would not renew at the current terms, and when we rebid, they were the sole bidder, and our contract went up by 40%. It was 40% increase in cost of service. But that being said, the cost we pay per buses is similar. We just had a really good deal for many years. I mean, that's, if you look at it the other way, I mean, but unfortunately, the cost of busing, both in district and out of district, is significant, and they follow what is the CPI for that transportation industry, and right now we're anticipating it to at least be 4%, if not higher. Where you see some of these numbers being higher, it's only because this year our actual numbers are higher than our budgeted numbers. So that's where sometimes you'll see, like as an example, the in-district busing. It's because this year we end up spending more than we anticipated. So that budget to budget is about close to 7%. Bus monitors, we have increased on some of our bus runs, additional monitors. So that's why you'll see the increase there. We really feel strongly it's very important for safety of all students on regular days, and God forbid there's any issue that happens on the bus. And as far as these numbers, I do have some preliminary requests for out-of-district busing for next year. So these numbers could either shift up or down depending on as we start looking at the routing of these students.
Does it seem
say 19?
Excuse me?
30%? Does it say 19?
It does, because, so bus monitors, that really just is an increase of the amount of people we have on buses. So it's going up. That's actual personnel costs. So where some of our buses, we've had to add another monitor on there for, the amount of students on it, or just for backups and such, we are fine. That's what we're tracking this. It's really not a 19%. It's a 19% budget to budget increase, but in actuality, it's not much over what we're currently spending this year. If that makes sense. Yeah. It's big because it's a small number, like the $5,000 is creating a larger, yeah. But overall, although we do spend a good amount on busing, many other districts have much more expansive in-district busing. So, although it's a lot, we don't have as much as others. Okay, again, that's just highlighting what we're increasing. This is an area of the budget that really was, as it is with other districts, it was very challenging this year. As you can see on this slide, just under employee benefits are categorized under what is called undistributed based, that's terminology from the state. And as you can see on this slide, our benefit costs for next year, and this is net of reductions in staff, because that means that we don't have to pay their benefits either anymore by, making some of those, I think it was 7, 9, like we're down 9 staff members. If they were in here, this number would be much higher. So we are currently looking at an over $1 million increase in our benefit costs even with a reduction of staff. And again, we're seeing a significant, even if there's a shift of like 0.5% or 1% in retirement. So if this year it's like 9.5% and it goes to 10.5%, it's that plus like the increase in people's salaries, because it's driven on what people actually make and as a percentage of that. So you kind of get a double hit. So even anything that increases on that end could have, just like when it goes in the opposite, it's, it's better for us. But, and we're being told by the people who manage those funds, ERS and TRS, that they anticipate those rates to either be, close to what they are, but if not a little bit higher. So they're not anticipating it going down in the next year or two in budget cycles. So again, these type of benefit costs we're seeing this year, and this was told to us by our health insurance company. This is going to be, I think we're going to see very similar numbers next year.
So just to be clear, 10%?
It was 11% actually in health insurance. It's just that this is budget to budget. So because we had a little bit extra in this year's health insurance line, the actual budget impact's about 10.
They're saying.
They're anticipating they're anticipating something close to that. The one thing I'll just mention in terms of health insurance. So years ago, when similarly the health insurance rates, I want to say maybe like 8-10 years ago, were going up at the larger increases. We did, in fact, do an RFP, like a request for a proposal on our health insurance plan. So there's a couple things. Our contracts, not like every other contract in school districts in New York State, typically specify the level of health insurance benefits or the type or sometimes the provider. So most school districts and governments in the state use, they're in NYSHIP, which is New York State. It's also a self-insured plan, and Hastings had been in it for many, many years. And then school districts in Southern Westchester realized there may be an opportunity to create our own consortium. SwissChip was created. It mimics the same benefit level as NYSHIP, which is the statewide plan, which has tons and tons of people in it. Many school districts are in that plan as well. But and then because we were able to provide a similar, I forget the exact term in the insurance world, a very similar plan to our employees, we were able to create SwissChip. So there are some contractual things to say that if we were to switch out of SwissChip, we would still have to offer the same level of benefits to our members. When I did the RFP, in order to offer the same level of benefits to our members, the external health insurance companies were much higher. So SwissChip is still well managed. It is a very good plan, as is NYSHIP, which is typical of most government entities, have high, like typically better health insurance than sometimes other places. But the other thing I just wanted to mention, currently the districts that are in night ship, if we were currently in night ship, and I have, this was provided to me by with the current rates that they're charging for families, single, and all the rest, our current number, instead of 8 million, would be 9 million. So it's currently $1 million more for, like, in cost if we were just in that other plan. So it just demonstrates, although it's still very expensive, that, you know, it's still the cheaper for us way to go. And that being said, we know, you know, health insurance is extremely, again, back to the insurance agency, it's based upon, you know, there's a lot of things that they're telling us because, you know, when you're self-insured, you really see where it's not like, you know, it's being paid. There's oversight, but of course you have a better understanding of where all of our dollars are going. There's like all health insurance, a lot of money in pharmaceutical drugs. It's a big, huge piece of the health insurance industry now. It's accounting for more than a third in some cases, which that, you know, years ago wasn't the case. And there's some feeling that maybe the delay in so much during COVID of people getting medical procedures that now the last few years we're seeing those expenses, you know, significantly uptick. So, but that being said, they're also told us straight out, like, it's not going down next year, you know, like not necessarily 11%, but it could be 7, it could be 8, it's not going to be 3, you know. So during COVID years, the Health Insurance Consortium does have reserves, and they use a lot of them. And although they still have some because they need it, and they're required to have some, they're required by law to have it under the way they're structured. They're unable to continue to go back to that well. So I think as we continue on, again, this number will grow. Just as a point for those who may not know, all of our employees contribute to the health insurance in the district. Depending on what bargaining unit you're in, it's a different number, but it could be anywhere from 10% to about 17% of the cost is paid for by the individual employee. And currently, we also have, I feel like it's over 200 retirees that are still on our plan, but as a secondary insurance. So, you know, as people are living longer, and that's great, but, you know, there's also, it's sometimes surprising to see how many people are still on that plan. As a total number, it's significantly higher than it was years back. So, again, next slide here just really highlights the drivers, as we talked about. And again, in undistributed, and we'll see that on the next slide, I had mentioned earlier that, I just might as well go to the next slide instead of talking about it. Okay, so so undistributed, again, it kind of seems odd that you would have health benefits mixed with debt, but that's in fact what is covered under undistributed in the way the state defines certain expenses. So another part of our undistributed part of our budget that includes employee benefits is any debt for capital improvements that the district may have. So as you can see here, our debt level, there's some tweaks in, you know, is it increases in some principal payments, decreases in some interest payments, but another part of that part of the budget is what we call the interfund capital payment. And this year we had a recommended $550,000 expenditure in there. We are now recommending, initially we had hoped to even bring that down further, but as the year has progressed, we're finding we have some significant maintenance issues that we will need to address before we get to any type of bond. And that's where you're seeing that recommendation for 275 there. But that being said, it did actually, because we had more this year, that nets and brings down that number a bit because we have a decrease in that line item. And revenue overview. Okay. So then I kind of went over broadly all of our expenses and and we'll look at an overview later of what, showing the total expenditures versus the total revenue. So we start with our expenditure side of the budget, and then we see like how, what can we afford, and then we back into that. So again, these are some items other than taxes and state aid that monies we receive. So again, just very quickly,
where we're seeing changes, we are seeing a reduction, as we did this year, in day school tuition and tuition from other districts. And again, this is why we have to be very careful to overly rely on this, because when you budget for it, and it does, like, as an example, this year, we had a $300,000 projection based upon current students and students we anticipated saying they were going to come, and they didn't come. So this year, we're actually only earning about $150,000 in that line. So I adjusted next year's budget to reflect what we anticipate to have next year. But again, as we lose money in one category in our revenue, that again needs to be picked up elsewhere. And then the good news is that the interest rates are wonderful, and we are making a good amount of money on the cash when we have cash on hand, and we get our taxes at different points of the year. And when that money, when it's, we look at our cash flow and we try to put it in accounts that are generating the most interest, which we're legally allowed to put money in, which is very protected and very safe. And we're able to, we try to really maximize the interest income that we're making, especially in a year where we're losing other revenue sources. Another area that we are seeing some dollars come online, it may even be a bit higher. We're going to start seeing that solar rental income come in. This number may grow a bit, but I just conservatively put in $35,000 for now. We are starting to see some money come in this year, although we weren't quite sure, like, on the timing, so I hadn't initially planned for that. Based upon being now that it's here and it's installed, we were getting some licensing money as well as rental income. And then again, health services, other districts, that's really, it's kind of a pass-through. We had an expense item for that, and the monies, that was really for individual nursing care for students, so that's a drop-off. What else do we have here? So the other things, such as unclassified revenues, sometimes we'll get insurance recoveries or refunds of other expenses, and that is required to be called unclassified revenues. BOCES at the end of the year has to do a reconciliation of their expenses after they charge us, and we receive money back in the year after, which is just if they've, it's almost like they give us back if anything they overcharge. That's not just us, that's all districts, and that money is budgeted for in that line item. We've, again, the last few years, thankfully, we've seen a nice amount of money as sales tax come in, but we're anticipating a kind of a flat amount there, maybe a couple dollars more, but we just want to be conservative there. And then you heard me say earlier that we are anticipating a decrease in state aid. We are, but the reason you'll see here there's a positive variance over the budget is because we received more this year than we anticipated. So if we look at what we're actually receiving versus what we anticipate next year, that's a decrease. The budget, because we were conservative in our budget for the state aid number last year, and a lot of this is largely driven on expense-driven aids such as BOCES, is why we received more this year. But if you look at our, as we break down in maybe a future meeting, the components of state aid, you'll see where the foundation aid is actually going down. Some items may be going up because of our expenditures, but our overall, what we received this year, at the end of this year, and I'll show it to you at a future slide, it is going down over, like, year over year. So sometimes the budget is a budget to budget, and then there's the actual to budget. So here we're speaking about budget to budget. I also mentioned earlier that in order to balance our budget, we needed to move more money in from reserves and fund balance, and we'll show you each individual category on a future slide just to kind of explain to you which each of those reserves are, or how much we're appropriating from fund balance and why. So as you can see here, the remainder needed to be raised by property taxes, and we were limited to a little bit shy of 1.5 million increase in our property tax line, and that is dictated by a state formula, so we know what that is, and that's how we come up with that number. And then everything else above that line, we have to kind of balance off of that number based upon our expenditures. But the total increase to revenue, which is balancing our expenditure budget, is an increase of $2 million. I'm not going to go through this, but we do put this in the record each year just as a reminder of our budget to budget increases. And it's really to demonstrate that there are years, of course, where our increases are higher.
And then, but in the years where we can, try to bring in as tight of a budget as possible, it's just to demonstrate we do try to do so. And that's reflected in some of those years where you're seeing that 1.51 and, less than 1% increase in budgets. And many times we have brought in budgets beneath the tax cap, although that's not always the best decision. We've tried to, if possible, and some of that was aligned to when we were either seeing increases in revenues and we felt we were able to do it. And the only years where we're seeing a little bit of upticks, such as 22, 23, is when we had new debt coming online. So that was largely driven, about 2% of that was driven by like new debt. So I think you can see that we try to keep our expenditures in that 3 to 4%. We've had a few years, and again, mostly driven by external factors. This is just a graphical representation of that. Again, we've gone over this before, but as part of the presentation, it gives you the formula for how we determine what our tax levy is, and there's different pieces, and those are all part of what we send out to the public, and this is driven on the state formula for figuring out what your individual tax cap is. We were fortunate in a sense that the CPI is always capped at 2%. We did have some other external, internal to Hastings growth factors that allowed us to bring that levy number up to 3.19. And if anyone has a question, I just don't want to bore you by going through each line by line here. And again, this is things that we've included in the past in presentations. And again, it's just so if people want some more information about when we throw out some of these things, what they actually mean, allowable growth factor and those type of things, what that refers to. And again, the same with the tax-based growth factor. These are really help explain that earlier slide. So if somebody in the public was looking at an individual line, they would understand what those words there meant. Again, we give this each year, and it doesn't change. I think most districts, once the tax cap came, although we've been compliant to it, it really, as I mentioned before, even in years where maybe you could bring in a budget a bit lower, you're really reluctant to do so because the tax cap number in any given year, then if you need to increase your levy in another year, it puts you at a real disadvantage. So we're told that it's not going away by legislators, so we'll just have to continue to live in it. But again, as I mentioned this year, we had a very slight exclusion for the increase in the employee retirement system, meaning that because the rate increased over the 2%, there's a calculation on retirements that the state uses, but it doesn't, like as an example, we had an 11% increase in our health insurance. It doesn't allow for any exemption in this formula. So even when you have something that's a real outlier to expenses, the tax cap formula doesn't recognize those kind of things that occur, and they don't allow you to have any type of exclusion for those. The only one they allow is for, I guess, the retirement systems as they're like tied to the state themselves. Okay. And again, these are just some dates to remember. We have, we'll have, actually I should update this because this is our presentation we had put together for last month. We will have another presentation coming to you in 2 weeks. Then we'll have another one, the next board meeting prior to your adoption on August 17th. And as we did last year, if there's a need, we could always do a work session type meeting, maybe at one of those, like either start our business items and then have the remainder of the meeting just to allow us a little bit more back and forth.
And in essence, it's a three-part, three-chapter story. This is chapter 1. This will immediately go up on the website. The website's ready to receive it. All of the last years are now neatly archived on the new website, and now we're building out the, if you will, the multi-chapter story that's there for the public to see, look at. And let me reiterate, these are highly detailed slides. This is not how we teach our students to make slides, but that's because these have to stand alone. These are standalone documents that need to be largely explainable and provide an explanation when people see them. So, board, you may have questions now. Know as well, though, you're going to have detail regarding instruction and other aspects on the dates noted here.
Any questions. Maureen, thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And there's an overview slide that I'll put in later today before we upload it, because I think it may have gotten lost when I was like moving some slides around. So basically, our spending plan for next year, we're currently at a $57 million spending plan. It's on the bottom of the revenues, and we're $57,600,000, and our current recommended budget is $59,645,000. So it's about a $2 million increase to this budget.
Just because this is, on the website, it's the Board of Education.
Yes.
Master tab and then budget.
Yes, and we have a few others out there of the, so I believe, I'll make sure that when we update it, because we went to the new website, that they're there, because we've been doing some in the fall to kind of,
Yeah, I looked today, it looks
they're
fresh.
there?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Great. So,
Maureen, I'm sorry.
Yes, sure.
In the past, we've had, not just a board meeting, but like a community meeting where people get time and the budget is explained and the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You won't do something like that?
No, we will. I mean,
Yeah, we
the
can.
PTSA SEPT is already, we have a
Yeah.
plan to form. It's
Oh,
under
that's
the
right, we did do
superintendent
it.
forum. It's about a good 2 weeks before the vote.
Okay, and sending something out in the mail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, newsletter's planned, we're working on the outline, so there'll be a hard copy newsletter that goes out.
Yeah, we already
Talking-
started working on it.
Yeah, and we're also talking about some other little, we haven't told the gentleman to my left, but maybe a little video explanation, all the rest, or an audio explanation. So we want to come with multiple ways to reach out and share.
So I know that what do you call it? We don't have enterprise anymore.
Yes.
So in terms of that kind of publicity, what do you have in mind, Dr. McKessie?
I guess I'll just repeat myself. I mean, I think that's, one is we've got the website, we've got all of these meetings in public, we push that out, we've got the forum that we'll be doing thanks to PTSA SEPTA. I think that's why I also think about a little different push on some short videos or all the rest to residents and families. The newsletter goes to all families, so, I mean, we can't make up for the loss of independent journalism, and I think it's just doing it, what we're doing.
There will be no newspaper, because that's
that-
not the newspaper, I'm just.
Yeah, there's no other way, there's no other journalist piece covering
The
this.
newsletter will go out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's like a
but,
pamphlet.
yeah, Dr. Lang's asking, given the independent journalistic voice is gone,
There will be.
yeah, we just have to do a few extra things, if that's,
Yeah, that's sufficient. The other question I had was that there is a committee, is it the facilities and, where they discuss the financial piece? I can't remember the board committee.
Finance committee, yep.
Has it, I mean, I'm not sure which board members are on you.
Finance?
Yeah.
So are you going to have meetings on?
Yeah, I mean,
that?
we have
Because that's where
met.
because that's where some more details, like sometimes the workshops are structured like a presentation,
Sure.
but I think that some community members don't know that they can attend these sessions, although
sure.
they cannot participate. So I'm wondering if those dates can be provided as well, so that they can come in, because that's where the details are being discussed
Yep.
more. Do we have dates before the?
I know we've had a few,
TSA.
but we're like, right now, there's like 3 committees we're just trying to schedule in between, some have gotten.
I
but we've
ask that
had a few.
because sometimes with the PTSA scheduling, I mean, the finance committee is a board committee, and it's the space for us to do things like this. The PTSA is an extra, just like any other thing. So sometimes it's not, when the PTSA structures things like that, it's not all families that, it's optional. This is this base of the work that you cannot say that, well, in other words, the PTSA is optional. And I just want, sometimes families don't, I mean, they've shared some of it with you, where the PTSA is not their to-go place. So if we just say that it's just going to be the PTSA and not create a space where it's supposed to be the school finance committee where people can drop in.
I mean, no,
And
these are all
that
good
becomes
points. I think what we try and say is,
helpful.
PTSA SEPTA sponsored, they really helped do a good push. I mean, the facility committee, you have a facility update later
Well,
in
no,
the
we did
meeting.
know, but
separate
I think
from
she meant the
this.
finance, but I think we,
Finance,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, right.
We are seeing.
Right, but finance committee facility, anyway,
so what I was going to say is, yes, we can have those, but I think the last few years, we
we still have those meetings, but then I think what ends up happening is the work sessions with the board, because again, it is still the board who has, it's great, but I think you want to also ensure that we can do some side work on there, but if having like two board members there, we've, in the last few years, found it to be a better model that now people can come here and the board at the end could allow for public comment. I mean, there are different structures, but I think it also allows for the board to deliberate. We do have them, but most districts are not running like 5 finance committee meetings. They're running a few, and then they're trying to do the majority of the work on the budget in work sessions with the board.
I would just say this, let me just say what I'm trying to say, but making sure that it's not coming out the wrong way. I totally support, and I'm very grateful we have the PTSA doing the work and getting parents to come and hear the workshops. What I was saying was that being that the finance committee is a sanctioned board committee that it's a board committee that must have its sessions, and it's not it's not something that is like regular board meetings, which is really a work session too, but there's no back and forth. I think that sometimes people miss out on things because they did not get that understanding comprehensively. And so individuals that feel they need more details than what will be presented at a PTSA workshop, they should be aware that they can drop in if those meetings are happening. If they are not happening, that's fine, but I just want the public to know that
for sure.
there's that option.
But important thing to recognize, I think that the presentations that we make here or in what we do, that's the best, deepest canonical information, because the finance committee is met infrequently, and the only real topic has been the bond.
Got it.
We don't even discuss. We haven't even touched any of this stuff. Just FYI,
Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, and if I may, because we've had these conversations here the last several years, and it's my 14th year as superintendent, so I've had it elsewhere. These are public meetings done in public for the whole board to hear and listen, and the community listen. This is the best place to go, because in a committee meeting, you only have a couple board members, so then the whole board's not hearing the same thing. So that's where I actually, as superintendent, insist that the real deep work on the budget get done in these sessions. And as Maureen said, if you need additional work sessions, we should schedule them for the full board, your schedule allowing. Otherwise, you start to have some splitting. Some board members know things that other members don't. Some get there, some don't. These are recorded. This recording will also be put up on the website, so we create a very clear, detailed, digital trail.
Yeah.
Can I ask a few
Perfect,
questions?
thanks.
Sure.
So first, I want to compliment you, Maureen, for just really great work on this. I mean, I think the fact that, your judgment on the health insurance, for example, averted another $1 million ad is a testament, I think, to your skill. So it's really well done. I had a couple questions. Do you have the delta between what we got on aid from the state last year, which was a good year, yes, and then what the prediction is for this year?
Just in terms of real dollars, I believe, so we budgeted, we budgeted $7.8 million last year. We're going to be receiving, and just so you know, the board, the next time you'll get the adopted budget estimated end of year, which is, it'll show this actual number, so you will have it, and like you can write it now, but I'm going to provide it to you as well. We're anticipating about $8.3 million of aid coming in this year, and we're anticipating that number to be about a little over 8 million next year. So that's where that decrease we spoke about is coming from. Some of it is foundation, and some of it is the additional monies we received this year was driven by BOCES expenditures that were higher than anticipated when we created our budget. So, but as part of your budget materials that you'll receive, and it'll be for the public as well, what we provide to you on all of our line items is, budgeted, what actually happened, and then what we're projecting, right? So sometimes I think that next time you'll have that prior to the meeting, so you'll be able to kind of look at, because that is helpful. So sometimes there's something we anticipate we needed, and then we don't, and then, so that's where some of the variances come, or we spent more or less. So that's why I think the state aid number is a bit confusing, because I keep saying we're dropping, but the budget to budget showing an increase right now.
Got you.
Do you have an example or two, or could you provide the list, I guess, would be good, of something that's a mandate that's not funded? Like, is there an example? So we could.
Well, I mean, there's things such as, even delivery, so, I mean, there's things of which we may have done anyway, but the mandate requires us to, like, I mean, a lot of things around special education, ENL, and things like that, we would do it.
Screening, we
Yeah.
have to make sure we're screening children, but they're not necessarily providing specific funding to purchase a screener, for example.
Out-of-district busing's a mandate that, we're required to provide. I mean, we could debate, the method of transportation, but we are still required. Any parent that parentally places a gen ed student, we have to provide them transportation up to 15 miles from home. And if they have an IEP, 60 miles. So those are things that we have to provide.
And I might say there's some that are almost hidden but become quite substantial. So for example, the extent of auditing by the state.
Yeah.
So your chief academic officer, I think right now I estimate is spending about 30% of that role on audits. So you can do that hidden cost. So here's a former elementary principal, we need professional learning. 30% of that time, though, is responding to state demand, as opposed to more internal work to help even more advance what the principals and others are doing. So I think that's an aspect of an unfunded mandate that's a little more hidden. But I
Well,
think so clearly.
even actual real audits, because years ago we only had an
And so-
external audit, but now we have an internal, which is like $30,000 or $40,000.
And some districts may, and we're trying to keep that work within, if you will, but there is an opportunity cost. So anyway.
And the hold harmless, is that within, is it kind of disputable or not really? Is it a given that that is going to happen? So that the rule that applied like forever is now going to change and not allow us to keep the same budget?
I mean, when the foundation aid for the first time in, I don't know how many years, 30 more, never. Well, no, foundation aid was a replacement of a previous type of aid, but from the inception of foundation aid, it has never been fully funded. The last few years it has been, but it was mostly driven on the states also having, similar to the district, COVID money. So when I say that, as Bill said, maybe there'll be some pushback this year, but I think realistically, and again, we can speak to, so the controller of New York State is independent from the governor's office, and they take what is proposed by the governor and they provide, based on the state's finances, what the state can actually afford. And they have been, starting last year, they said that this is not money that we will be able to continue to fund, right? And the state currently, I think they're projecting, I don't want to say the wrong number, but a significant shortfall in the next few years, although the state has a lot of reserves, but even with the use of those, they're projecting that. So I say that all to say that whether it be the hold harmless goes away, I would be surprised if we would receive the amount of aid moving forward that we've received this year. Because I just don't think the state hasn't. Now, whether they take away the hold, they'll do something like, whether they take away the hold harmless or these different things that were, I think for us, we always kind of knew there was a baseline of what we could lose, but that hold harmless on foundation aid at least said to us, okay, we're at least getting that here. Some of the other things may fall off, but we're getting that the larger chunk will be kind of held harmless. I believe whatever the changes will be, whether that somehow, they'll be able to reduce our aid. Because beyond the foundation aid hold harmless, all the other aids we receive are based upon ratios of it. So we get a certain percentage back, unique to Hastings, that based on expenditure. So if there's any reduction in those ratios, it's, $1. So I've worked here where we've seen, what was back at the gap elimination aid, which is when I think it was like 7 years of the state not having enough money. They ran the formula, said, okay, you're supposed to get $5 million, but since we don't have it, we're going to give you $4 million, but you're never going to get that $1 million back. So during that time, we actually, they would run the formula, and then each district in the state would be, you would get a reduction based upon, what the total amount that they needed to balance their budget. So they do that, and they have done it. So my guess is, based upon the controller, whether it be the hold harmless, there will be
a reduction in state aid. Now, it may only be a few $100,000, but if that's each year, every year, it's still something that, typically you want your aid to go up because your expenses are going up. So even when that's flat, it hurts us.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Two more quick questions.
Sure.
The COVID list, because I know there was kind of a deliberate effort on the COVID funding, realizing that it was temporary in nature, so sort of pick things that aren't long-term, but anything associated with the COVID money, has that been kind of thoroughly vetted that we still need it?
Well, there were other things there were other items that were funded by COVID that either, we were not recommending to be funded. I think, at least I can speak to the first, in terms of staffing, most of these positions did exist. It was just either less than full-time. So we were able to use some of the COVID funding to extend that. But other than last year, as an example, I was thinking initially, so the math interventionist, there was also, so beyond COVID funds with the increase, which I don't know how this will be handled by the state, when we received an increase in foundation aid, we had to have a plan for how we were going to spend the increase. I don't know if you remember last year, there was a particular amount of that increase that we had to actually put towards student learning loss.
Right.
And that's how we were able to create the math interventionist in the Farragut complex. So the majority of that position was funded, and there was a piece of it that we picked up in COVID, like a small piece of it. So I would say that, yes, it was. I mean,
So we don't see the need for as much direct supplemental instruction that we did. So we put a lot into like really massive summer programming, small group one-to-one, anyone in the school benchmarking, making sure that we're getting kids up to speed. So, just to combat learning loss, frankly. And so while we're closely monitoring the students, the bucket that was assigned to that through some of the COVID monies, and there were different pots of that money, that was one area where we didn't anticipate the same need in terms of the amount of funding going there. There was a lot that was earmarked for cleaning supplies, frankly. Just scrubbers and making sure that everything was sanitized and sterilized. Nurses,
extra nurses. Yeah.
So there were, I want to say 5 or 6 different buckets off the top of my head. So we did comb through and think about what makes sense moving forward. There were things that we definitely wanted to keep. There was a committee that worked on the diagnostic screeners and picked Star Renaissance, and we've seen really good results from that, meaning we have really good data to be able to meet kids where they are and figure out who to scoop up for intervention and support. And we've refined things that we really needed to, and that money gave us the opportunity to really jumpstart that. So some of it, the things that Maureen mentioned, we really do need to continue with, but through those different buckets, we've got ARP, CRRSA, ESSER, we've got ESSER 1, we've got GEAR, all of the different names, all the supplementals, state reserves, so we went through all of it, and the things that Maureen highlighted in those bullets are really the big ones that we really need to hold.
Thank you. But yeah, because I think there certainly still is an impact on learning, right,
Yeah.
post-COVID, and we're seeing those in the numbers here.
I would argue, Amy's leaving now, so she would have argued it, but there are things in which we it was actually difficult not to include other things in there. We had an opportunity to increase a behavioral support person that's been working at Hillside every day through this money, but it's expensive. It's, north of $150,000 to have that level of support, and I won't say the person, Amy did leave, right? So, but that person is out there every day working, and that's coaching, that's their specialist. I mean, I know that was something Amy had hoped or wished, and amongst other things, that would have made it into now our line item budget, but it was just as everything else is, you come in through all the numbers, we just couldn't manage it.
Tough decisions. My last question, on security, I think I saw that went up like 17% or something.
Yes.
Does that include the consultants? Because I would rather see us look at the
No, we actually,
budget.
yes, so
than
we
the
actually
boots on the
reduced
ground.
out, so thank you, I didn't mention this earlier, and I think again, I think we had hoped that this would be the first one a couple weeks ago, we would have been able to delve into a little bit more of the details this evening. We are actually recommending a reduction in the consultant. It's actually,
we're almost eliminating completely except for a baseline service. But what we are seeing is an increase in the, as I have mentioned, the need for security, and security is expensive. I mean, it actually, even with the trimming down, so basically, again, budget to budget, but then what actually occurred this year, we ended up needing to hire 3 of our own people for really to help with behavior issues, because security guards that work for external companies are really not legal. Well, they're not legally allowed to engage with children from a disciplinary lens, but we were I don't want to say disciplinary, just to kind of help support and ensure like student behaviors, when there's an escalation, they can intervene where others cannot. So we did end up, based upon sometimes things happen and they require us to increase our staffing in those areas, we needed to increase some staffing. So we did, in order to even keep what we have and that number not to be even larger, we ended up reducing out the consultant, and I mean, they do provide a service that we will feel the loss of that. But to your point, Maureen, we are like the guards and the personnelers. They're much more important. Although, again, unfunded mandate, we have so much security reporting we do that now other people will have to assume that. There's things in which they help us do, all the security plans, updates, things that didn't exist like 5 years ago. You always had a security plan, but there wasn't this protocol with the state and reporting all these. You're always reporting on something, and the security consultants really picked up a lot of that, but that now will have to come back in-house, and we'll have to figure out who's doing it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and on that, I mean, I want to stress that our students are very well behaved. This is a healthy, largely happy place.
Yes.
And young people make decisions around the edges you don't want. But fortunately here in Hastings, there are minor issues. But, educationally, we want to have plenty of adults around. And so that's where that increases to have the adults around who can intervene when we need to. The door monitoring by security, if you sort of think of it that way. But then the other support, which is.
Like the bathrooms, the
That's what's
hallways,
increased, and we may, with that existing staff, that increase you're seeing, want to do more going forward. But I don't want people to go, oh my goodness, that's an unsafe, unhealthy place, as opposed to it is that, we're trying to help maintain that. And when young people make some decisions, it could be better, we want to have adults there to monitor that. I think Alteris is an excellent partner for us. The state has mandated workplace violence policies, which so they were today keeping
Yes.
Maureen and me busy and sharp on the deadlines from the state. And they can immediately get us procedures that are in place in other districts. So
And we'll do an evaluation
so
of
we'll
all
be,
every building, yeah.
it will be a loss not to have that. We'll still have them, but it'll be less. So, but we, in a sense, we're putting that money towards more direct work with our students, if that's clear.
I have a question. So in terms of the transportation, so it's roughly, so with this amount, I know we have a quad, right? We are working.
Yes.
So this is our contribution to all of it, right?
Yes, this is for all of, everything we do with transportation, including sports, trips, in-district, out-of-district.
Within the
quad.
system that we
Yeah.
have, the quad that we have.
Yes, we share transportation. There's 5 of us. It's actually beyond the quad, but we still call it the quad because that's how
Yeah.
it started. But Edgemont is now a partner for the last few years. And we do also, this is on routes out of district, we do partner sometimes with even other additional districts if in fact it makes the transportation more efficient. It has to be efficient, but it has to work also because,
My question is very technical, not to.
Sure.
So what I'm trying to understand is that this, this roughly 2 million amount is just our quota to pay, correct?
It's
just Hastings.
That's just our portion, yeah.
Our portion, okay, that's number one. And then number two, I was wondering, with that amount, where does it fit in the, I know we would take notes, but I had a very simple question. Where does it fit? Is it part of the, operational?
No, it's a separate
or
category.
separate? It's not part of the
Transportation
list you
has,
gave at the top, no.
Yeah, it's their four
transportation
parts.
falls, it has its own category.
It's one of four.
one
Okay,
of
it's one
four.
of four,
You've
okay.
taught me well.
It's one of four, yes. It's one of, it's one of the few things that has its own category.
Okay, got it. And then my last question is, aren't our bus, the bus monitors,
Yep.
are they not part of personnel? Is this separate?
Well, so
what I
expensive,
was
yeah, so,
wondering, what
so they're
that-
our own staff,
Okay,
but it's
exactly.
beyond their workday, so our aides.
So this is extra?
We have to pay them
Got it,
extra
got
to
it.
do
That's
it,
what I'm like,
yeah.
is it
Because
for one
it
person?
extends their day to like a 9.5-hour
Okay,
day,
so
and
my
we pay them
I
for
see.
7.
Got it. My
I see what you're
confusion.
asking.
So that was my
Yeah.
confusion. I'm like, is
I
it one
thought the
person?
same thing.
19%, 1%? We have a lot of bus monitors. Where is this? So that was my confusion. Okay, so
Yeah.
thanks for
Yeah,
clarifying that.
I get, that very good question, 'cause this equates to, this is where it makes sense to talk about 34,000 in a
Exactly.
$54 million, $6 million
Exactly. Like, is it
budget.
for
we
one
want.
person?
No, to clarify for the board and the community, these are multiple people
Okay.
paid to be
That's
monitors.
about
Correct.
7 people
Correct.
that
And
ride
then
our
this
buses.
is extra.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
got
actually,
it,
the
thanks.
fact that we
And-
use our own staffing is much more efficient, and we
like it,
build our
actually.
contracts that way, because if we had to pay the bus company, you pay their over, they're, because they have other things that they have to pick up when they hire people, other,
Correct.
overheads
I
and
mean-
things, so, and we have better people, so we're happy.
I totally love that we have our own, they are familiar with the kids.
Yes.
And it's more, there's more connection. Okay, thanks. That's all my
That's
questions.
a good question, thank you.
Thanks.
I-
Who's next?
Jody, go ahead. I have a few questions. One, I have a point that might be helpful for us, is that I looked up the budget amount for 2013 or 2014, 2012 to 2013. It was 42,700,000, which is actually equivalent to 57 million plus today, which is our budget. So technically, we haven't even raised our budget.
Yeah.
It's the same as it's been for years. So that's good news, right?
Yes.
Okay, now to the bad news. 11,
With many more students, I will say, since
Right.
2012.
yeah.
We were at a much lower enrollment number at that time.
It is really funny that it's flat, right?
This year.
I just have a comment that the 11% increase in health insurance, I mean, all the reasons you gave make sense, and it would be more expensive. I just feel like it's not sustainable in the long term if it's going to be that much every year. I don't know what we can do about it, but it just seems like, wasn't it like 5 or 6 or 8% last year? It was something.
8. It was 8.
8% last year, yeah.
I
So-
mean, and if you look at that area, $1 million growth, that's half the growth we're worrying about.
Yeah.
And again, having sat with a number of regional supers, including Connecticut, that and these are wealthy districts, correct?
Yeah,
On
right,
average.
right.
This is hitting them hard.
Yeah,
And going to the endorsement of what went on here with Swiss Chip, across the board in Connecticut, there was what I call the dance, where let's dance in and out of different options. And it's a bit like investing in the stock market. No, don't dance, hold. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so I think that's,
no, 100%. I think
know.
I don't have an answer. I know that you guys are doing the best you can. It's just shocking. I thought 8% last year was shocking.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just so high. A couple of other random questions. One is that the 1.6 person for SPED for the middle school seems high. Were we below? Did we not have enough SPED teachers?
Well, this
Or is it just a
is projecting
switch
for
in-
next year.
Yeah, so it's like a switch in the kids coming into the.
Oh, yeah, I mean, right, so you just, right, there's, when they come from, so at the K-6, right, with the ICT classes, it's easier to, but when you start getting into 6th and 7th and 8th grade, where there are different sections that occur in ICT, and the schedule is different, right? So, because as those students get older, sometimes, is it even with all gen ed as well, when they get into the schedule, sometimes it's you need more staffing for the same
Right, it makes
population of
sense that it
students, you know.
changes year to year.
There's variability within
Yeah.
each cohort, each
Yeah,
grade.
yeah,
as
that
to
makes
the level
sense.
of need.
Okay, so we weren't like necessarily off.
No,
this
no,
year.
we,
Yeah,
we're
just
fine for
like-
this year,
yeah.
this is projecting based,
Got
and
it.
also sometimes some children may not be currently in an ICT section, may be recommended for next year, so there are things such as that that are at play here, but this, we went over this at, not nauseam, that's bad, but I'm saying all of our staffing we go through,
and we check the sections, and we check, the numbers and this, and again, I don't know if you recall this, we will then be presenting that. When we present our enrollment, you'll see like the amount of ICT sections, the amount of different types of classes we're proposing, what the enrollments are in there. We'll show you, like with our ICT as an example, if there are, 14 students that are recommended for ICT, like why then sometimes we need 2, 3, depending on the schedule. So
Got it.
It'll like flush out there.
And then slide 21, where you show, there's a line item that shows teaching.
Yep.
And then a line item that shows special ed.
Yep.
Is the special ed teachers, or does that include
everything.
admin too?
No, it's everything, right? So again, much of these are, we budget and put things in expense. It's almost like, in a business, you have like your chart of accounts and you have like expenses that have to go into certain line items. So under special education, other things, this is not only salaries in these lines, and again, when we get into the detail, you'll see there's salary lines. So under special education, we also have, I want to say like close to $2 million of students that are going out of district that we pay those tuitions. So
Right, got it.
this is not just this is teachers, teacher assistants, teacher aides, administrators.
I was wondering,
Speech.
as we gain more special ed teachers, I know it's hard to find subs. I think it's getting hard to find teachers. Is it a problem finding special ed teachers now, or like people who are going into teaching, going into that specialty? Is this going to be a problem for us for the future, finding good teachers for special ed?
I think it's going to be a problem finding good teachers.
Yeah, right, in general.
Yeah, I mean, the supply of teachers is a significant issue, and certainly within the special ed area, it's also a significant issue.
Yeah.
I hate to keep, there's sort of a regional white paper emerging I'll share with the board when it's shareable. It won't be profound, but it will kind of lay out the challenge.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, when I see this, I'm thinking of like the future and how it's going to be hard for, you put the emphasis on, having the best teachers, and, it's going to be hard to find teachers in general. Okay, thanks. I think you answered some of these questions. I'm just curious on slide 19. Sorry to go back.
That's fine.
When we look at the Board of Education going from 67 to 84, that, it's our, I know it's a small amount, but it's our largest percent increase. Why is it so high?
So I believe, and it's about, let's say 13,000 of the 17 is to run an additional vote. So anytime you have to run a vote.
Just the additional vote?
Yeah.
It's all grant.
Because you have to get the machines, the
That's
the
fine. I just was
staffing.
like,
There's
whoa.
like legal ads and things that need to be run.
I didn't know if you were.
And then the remainder of it was either just, again, we had the budget, some of the expenses were actually higher this year than were budgeted, and then that's to kind of cover that, as well as anticipate increases.
I thought maybe you were giving us a little bit of a
Yes,
stipend or
that's it,
something.
that's it. That's what you're getting.
Again, this is a teeny tiny number. I don't need to belabor the point,
Sure.
slide 24, but what is employee assistance?
So that is, it's EAP, and it is a service that.
Okay, got it. I know
Yeah.
what that is. Yep. I
Yeah,
just wanted to make
it's-
sure.
yeah. Mhm.
And then, that's it. I think that's it. I had one question about the COVID support.
Sure.
I thought we had more than a .2 math support at the middle school.
No, we do, but as I mentioned,
But that's
so
what but we don't
some of
need
it is funded by the grant, and some of
Got it,
it,
got it,
some of
sorry.
it came through the foundation aid
I
formula
came in late
funding,
to
yeah.
that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
The one thing I
last
just.
thing,
Sorry.
why the loss in state funding? Is this because the funding's going to, there's the issue with the migrants in New York City, and they're
All right,
moving
so-
money
Well, I
around?
think, there's a few things. So you just have the overall pot of money that the state has. And each year, as the governor, there were some other expenses now that the state, because of it is actually, she puts it in her budget. So there now is a dedicated line item for the districts that either, are now having these students live in their district. So of course, it makes sense that they have to be accounted for in this budget. So I think that was but I think it's actually it is a separate part or separate line item that's increased in the budget. So you can see where that, there's some shifts there. And then I think overall, like the amount of money plus like additional things that they need to factor in is causing this like less money in the pot for the remainder. I know even other local districts, I know Mount Vernon, I think it was in the newspaper yesterday or the day before, they're being, even districts that would be in this area considered high needs by most, are being impacted negatively by this, a lot of the proposal. Because again, they are, to the state, they're considered, Yonkers and Mount Vernon, anywhere in Westchester, because of the high property wealth, and because even compared to the state average, people in these communities make far more than upstate New York, they are also like hurt by these formulas. And actually, historically, they're more shortchanged than districts like ours, which is kind of really, yeah.
And one last question, sorry. We mentioned briefly the reserve level. Is there a recommended reserve level, like it's your percentage of your budget, or is there a mathematical formula to figure out what the best reserve?
Well, there's a
budget
couple
is?
things.
That's the cap.
Yeah,
That's
so.
the cap, but what the best?
No, so the reserve, okay, so reserves are, there's different ways and different people would argue different things, but I think there's a couple things. So we have a fund balance, which is it's unreserved, meaning each district, there's a pot of money that does not, you're allowed to have that is not a reserve, but it's an appropriated fund balance, and that for school districts can't exceed 4%. I mean, it can, but they'll say something to you about it. So we have 4%, and that's kind of like unmarked. If an emergency comes up, you're able to, use that money for things that may occur. All the other reserves need to be set up with an actual liability. Like you can't just say, or an anticipated real liability, and it needs to be, it's audited and all the rest. So we have a lot of restrictions about how we can do that. That being said, all districts similar to ours have a lot of real liabilities that we don't have reserves for because, we don't have the money to put in there. So I would say that most districts try to at least have reserves equivalent to what would be short-term due, like in liability. So if we have a lot of tax certs that we believe are going to be due in the next 3 or 4 years, like we should be reserving appropriately for those. And our district has a liability reserve. Speaking about reserves, a lot of districts, and it's something we'll be speaking about at the next meeting, many districts already have it. It's called an insurance reserve, and districts who have them, and I was at a meeting with my counterparts, and districts, if they don't have them, they're establishing them. And what does that mean? It means, like, as I spoke tonight, our general insurance is going up. It allows for when there's those upticks. And I don't know if it's for health insurance, though. I need to get a legal, but even beyond that, there's things that we currently possibly have exposure to that could, exceed our insurance reserves. So that's an opportunity to set aside money in those reserves. Again, they're highly regulated, so it's not as though we just, we're gonna pop $1 million in here. Like, we'd have to demonstrate why. It's based upon the size of your budget, the size of your expenses, all the rest. So, but as far as, like, say, Moody's and agencies such as that rate you, and it's important because when you borrow money, that if you have no reserves, that hurts your credit rating, right? So just like
So in terms of percentage, what would you say?
Well, it's not, they would actually earmark a higher, they would probably say, I'm just throwing out, I think I have to go back and see what the Moody's people said, but again, because although we're a school district, they still rate us based upon like how they rate other entities. I want to say it's probably like north of 20% they want to see of your budget and reserve. In terms of to be able to keep your credit rating, right? And why is that important? Because when you borrow money, and just like we borrow money individually,
Pay it back.
if we didn't have such a good credit rating, our bond and what we pay back on that would be significantly higher. So it does matter.
Yeah. I asked too because we're voting later to move money out of reserve into various things. And, at what point do we need to be aware of, as the board, that we're draining our reserves and we need to be fiscally responsible?
Well, right, so some of the money, so back to the each individual reserve, and that is part of our budget process each year. I'm going to do just
you're going to actually get a full packet of it, but we speak about each individual reserve, what's in there, why, how much would we like to have in there, or should we have in there. So as an example, I think you're probably referring to the liability reserve. Liability reserve is set up for liabilities that we know people have filed actual legal challenges. But as those things come due, we should be taking the money out of it.
Right.
I mean, I think the idea is, though, and you'll see when we speak about our reserve planning at the board level, which we do each year, I will kind of present to you, this is our beginning balance, this is what we spent this year, these are new liabilities we'll have remaining. You know, we have X amount of dollars that I'm going to recommend that you put back into that reserve. So each year, when our budget at the end of our fiscal year, we look at where we ended up revenues over expenditures. If we have $1 million left, we then look at where it would be most appropriate to put that money.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, so that, we'll be discussing that, but the liability reserve, like this year, based upon recommendations of my colleagues, and again, it's good to have it in particular reserve, so it's good to, like, the reason, even though we have others, it would be nice to have an insurance reserve, so then if something goes up by a higher percentage, you may, in those budget years, then you do release the money
right.
to help offset those
tax,
upticks, yeah,
right.
so.
That's great. If you could put that, if you're putting that together anyway, that
Yeah.
would be great.
Yeah, it's
because,
actually
you know,
a
we
full
get letters
booklet.
from our people saying, why don't you use the reserve to pay that? And then we get other letters from people saying, why are you using the reserve? So I just want to make sure that I understand it myself.
I mean, there's the capital reserve and things like that, and capital reserve, as we know, it requires a vote of the public to use it.
Yeah.
So just as part of this budget, and I don't have it on today because we wanted to just really focus on trying to get you guys the overview and the larger numbers, but there is going to be a recommendation on the ballot this year to take money out of the capital reserve to fund our boiler. We've
Yeah,
spoken about
exactly,
it numerous times
right.
here. But again, that needs to be voted on. The other items, liability reserve, which again are set up by statute for actual liabilities, not like, we may have some, you know, they're actual real things we know that are likely going to result in us having to pay back people money that we're, you know, legally required to do so. Those, of course, the board has the ability to release and set up, right? But the capital reserve has to be,
Right.
any expenditure has to be voted on by the public.
Okay, thanks so much, Maureen.
Teresa, you had a question?
No.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Anyone else now?
I mean, I don't have a question so much as a comment, and I guess, you know, I've been doing this, hearing Maureen's presentations for a few years now. And I just, you know, every year I want to commend you for your both wiliness and conservativeness and being able to kind of,
Good combo.
you know, to understand that there's a very great value in having institutional knowledge and also being able to, you know, be efficient when opportunities present themselves, because, you know, you're kind of the fulcrum of this district because there are so many demands coming at us in terms programmatically, you know, demands from the community in terms of, you know, relief that we want to offer to our tax-paying base. And you really do it well. And you do it in a way that's comprehensive and gives us just enough minutia that our eyes don't glaze over. But I mean, as somebody who has no financial background, like I find, you know, the information that you present to us to be, you know, complex enough that we really have to think about it, but also that we can digest it and
Right.
that it's helpful. And, you know, I think that having these presentations, both in like the Budget 101 forms that I know that we do, you know, standalone as the district, in partnership with the PTSA when we do those, and the budget newsletter, you know, it really is important for the public when they go in to vote to understand how much thought goes into it, not only by yourself, but the rest of the administration, the building leaders. I mean, these are very deliberate and complex kind of, you know, deliberations that go on behind the scenes before these are presented. And again, you know, this isn't like a one-shot deal where you'll just share this with us, you know, for an hour plus. No, you know, we're going to come back and revisit these things, and we will hear back from the community as to, you know, whether or not they feel their priorities are being reflected in this budget. But, you know, I just want to commend you and say thank you. And I know that we're going to keep on going and that you've been doing this for a long, long time. And, you know, in addition to your professional skill, I know that you also do it with a lot of heart. And I appreciate that because you work really hard. So
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Well said.
And I know, Bill, that you said that this isn't the kind of presentation that you would teach the students, but
I don't know if it's different this year, but I found it very easy to follow this year, like with the thing and the words afterwards, the numbers and the words. Maybe you do that every year. Maybe I'm just getting smarter more, you never know. Or maybe it's because it's white on a green background, but I don't know, something about it. I was like, I'm following this really well this year.
It becomes easier though, the more you hear it year after year. No, honestly,
Yeah.
like, having done, now, it's like the 5th time I've done it, like, oh my goodness, I couldn't fathom, like, anything that you were saying, like, the first year, you know, so, I mean, it's just kind of that we also learn, the longer that we're here, we grasp the concepts better, and certainly hearing the questions from my colleagues who are very learned in their respective fields brings a lot of, like, perspective as well, so. Thank you to all my colleagues as well.
I will connect it to Dr. Makesi as well, because I know, and obviously Maureen, because I think that this year I didn't have a lot of questions like I usually had. This is our 3rd year, because I think that a lot of what we asked was actually part, and like Dr. Makesi said, this is not a typical way in which a PowerPoint slide should look like, but it's being detailed in a way that all those questions are not necessary anymore. And it's not because they were not there, it's because, like how I asked about the transportation, it was a way to just understand it. And I think previous years it was, anyway, I don't want to go there, but that's good. Thank you.
And again, as you know, mentioned earlier, we do, although the board does have to adopt the budget at that date that's listed there, we'll have a lot more information coming, and then we'll be able to kind of really even look at, you know, what we anticipated this year expenditure plan, as I had mentioned, and I think that also is helpful, because sometimes some of the variances, either positive or negative, are due to kind of like, okay, that's what we planned, what happened, and then, you know, why is this number either growing or reducing, right? So I think that's also helpful sometimes in like individual areas of the budget, because it's a net number, right? So it's like, we'll be able to kind of delve in a little bit further into that. And then, again, the reserves and all the rest. I mean, I think although I know there may be some people that may not, there may be areas, as you said, that people may not feel reflect everything they believe it should. But I think, as Bill mentioned, it's been a good process, but it was well, I feel this every year, but I felt like this year was difficult also because, again, these external budget pressures, and we did have, even up till yesterday, meetings with different admin and director level and others who things were coming new, right? Like the student, particular student, because it is down to a lot of some things in this budget are just one student can change something one way or the other, or things that, you know, could potentially employees, if something happens to an employee, that you either then need maybe another employee to replace them while they're out, you know. So this budget, we think we have a good spending plan. We're going to hold to what we said, staying at that tax cap number, but there may be some little, you know, shifts as we get more information. If we get a little bit more state aid, we may decide to, and you know, that may impact a couple tweaks here and there.
Yeah, and I think we're shifting now to the academic side, but let me just underscore what Maureen said, that we've given you a very good number, the 3.5 and change. Life happens. So it may shift a little bit. If you remember the last couple of years, it had to shift a bit because there are individual student needs emerge, and we're going to work very hard to keep it at that 3.5 and change 7, I think, if my brain's right, that growth number. But, you know, it's not final till you actually go to vote on it. We're going to try and keep it really close to that.
Excellent.
All right?
Thank you all very
And
much.
Maureen, thank you. You're teaching me. So we're going to shift to academic.
Yeah. So we're going to thank you very much again. We're going to move on to the academic growth performance update from Dr. Szymanski. This is Star Renaissance Day, right?
Yes, largely.
And while Melissa's setting the digital stage for that, for the last couple of years, we've been bringing summary reports on how we're doing to the board. We had done a mid-year qualitative one. We've changed that to an end-of-year qualitative. We are bringing forward more data the last couple of years than maybe Hastings historically is used to, but we find it actually very, very helpful. We think that Hastings is the kind of community that will handle data correctly, meaning it's part of the whole story. It's not the story. And you do know that we just have a great tradition in education history in the United States of America of struggling with the one number that will explain education, and that is fool's gold. It's an impossible chase. So here, though, I think we can be sensible about data. That it's one piece of the story. but it's important to have that data piece to really understand in part where we are and how we help our students grow. So that's a setup for
Okay.
Melissa.
So, as with the budget presentation, this is a standalone document, so you'll see things that are very bulleted and very specific. So I will do my best to keep it animated and lively and very thorough, but please know this is formulaic on purpose. So, as Alex was just referring to the presentation, this is academic data specifically to grades 3 through 8. Jeanette Coker and I, if you may recall, really focused on 3 through 12 over the summer. Actually, K through 12 when we folded in the panorama data. So this is 3 through 8 and focused on our things coming to us from the fall. So students in grades 3 through 8 are doing well on multiple measures overall. Big compliment to our faculty and staff. We have a deeply dedicated faculty that we are very grateful for. We have many areas of strength we're seeing for students, both on standardized state measures and the local STAR assessment measures. We're also seeing some variations, some differences over the years, and that includes content and grade level performance. Tonight we'll focus mostly on ELA, mathematics, and science. Just in terms of how I'll be presenting, we'll start with ELA data, the reading data. I'll stop after each section, and I think the best thing to do is open it up to questions based on content area, and then I'll pause at the end for additional questions or if anything was forgotten, and then we can zoom back to that as well. So here you're seeing a chart that outlines our reading diagnostic screener data, and this is our STAR Renaissance data. You'll notice that there are a couple of asterisks on the chart, and so I wanted to highlight that that's because our kindergarten students are administered a different screener. They are not typically on text yet, so we administer an early literacy screener. So as you see, the kindergarten cohort from fall 2022 moving into first grade, fall 2023, as you move up diagonally, it's not really comparable because they're taking a different assessment. What is good for consideration is to what extent are they meeting proficiency standards. But I did want to flag that because it's a different instrument. All right. So the large majority of students in grades K through 4 performed at or above the benchmark on the STAR Diagnostic Screener this year. We're seeing increases from last year that are specific to certain cohorts. So if you're looking at grade 1, moving to grade 2, you're seeing a fairly substantive increase in proficiency. You're also seeing an increase in second to third, third to fourth, and then at the middle school, you're seeing 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 increases as well. Stable performance largely for 7th grade moving into 8th grade, and again, I'm just looking diagonally from fall 2022 to fall 2023 as that same group of students is moving from one grade to the next. We are seeing a substantive decrease in performance of the 4th to 5th grade cohort and slight decreases noted for the 5th to 6th grade cohort. So, you know, again, just getting back to that early literacy screener data, roughly 10% of students in grades 1 through 3 were also given the early literacy screener. And they were also given the STAR, so they were given both, because if we saw some vulnerability, we wanted to assess their early readiness foundational skills. So they got both of those assessments. And again, it's approximately 10% of the students. When we look at our state data, this slide, sorry, just recaps what I spoke to. I figure you'd rather look at the chart data than my words. If you look at the state data, that's going to be presented through a heat map. And so I've spoken about this in the past. I just want to recap our heat map and how to work with it. So if you're looking at longitudinal performance by grade, so if you're looking at the performance of a grade over multiple years of time, you're looking horizontally. You're looking row by row from left to right. If you're looking at annual performance across grades, you're looking at the columns from bottom to top in ascending grade order. And if you're looking at cohort over time, you're looking lower left to upper right diagonally to see how the group grows, just like we looked at from that STAR data.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Do we know the black circle has a different measures of completion around the black line around the circle?
Yes.
What does that signify?
So the black ring is correlated with the percentage on the inside. And so if you're looking, so there's a small number inside each circle, and that reflects the percentage of students who scored at or above the proficiency standard.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And that is almost like, if you think about it as a temperature gauge, so that black circle is either more or less complete, and that's linked to the percentage of students who scored at or above proficiency.
Thank you.
You're
That's
also,
that's what I would have thought, but when you look at them, like if you look at 2022 grade 6, it's 81%. In 2021, grade 6 is 93%. But the 81% circle is closed more than the 93% circle is. And you find that through all of them. Like if you look above it, 75% circle is not as closed as the 79 circle.
I'm just curious. I mean,
I don't know what it means, but
It's a confusing way to look at.
I'm not sure now. You're making me question that.
so maybe
I
we-
can follow up on it.
That's
But
fine.
the-
I just
the
curious.
the key pieces though that we are zooming in on is around the smaller number in the circle is the percentage of students at or above proficiency. The larger number
yeah.
is how do we compare to the region? And so what we see is the region are all those, is Southern Westchester BOCES. All the schools that are listed along the left, we consider our Southern Westchester BOCES regional comparison group. And that's divided into 10 groups. And then that big number on the inner part of the circle reflects where we are comparative to those other districts in the left-hand column. Ideally, we want lower numbers because first decile reflects the strongest performance, and 10th decile would reflect the weakest performance. And then again, with the proficiency numbers, it's the opposite. You want that to be as high as possible. You want as many students to be proficient as possible. So when we're looking at this, we're seeing in 2023, between 85.1 and 93.8% of students at Hillside, 3rd and 4th graders, met or exceeded the proficiency standard. And since 2018, if you're looking all the way across 3rd grade, from 2018 horizontally all the way to 2023, and you do the same for 4th grade, G4, 4th grade, and you look all the way across from left to right, overall, you're seeing an upward trend, right? Imperfect, but overall an upward trend. There's been stronger performance over time from 2018 to 2023 for Hillside students also relative to the region. So you're seeing growth both internally based on our own proficiency standards, like what percent of students are meeting proficiency, but also comparative to the region. So we're trending up. Oops, sorry. And if you're looking at that same information, you hop up to G5, G6, G7, G8, that's giving us the middle school. Okay, and in 2023, between 75.7% and 86.1% of students met or exceeded the proficiency standard in ELA at the middle school level. There's been variation in the performance of each grade level, and there's been variation for the different cohorts. So if you're thinking of students moving from one grade to the next, you're seeing some variation there too. And you're also seeing variation from 2018 to 2023 relative to the region. So there isn't a consistent trend line per se. You're seeing some variations there. But you are seeing, since 2021, you are seeing 5th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade, the performance has overall been trending upward since 2021. So this consistently strong performance at Hillside really reflects it's hard to argue this. It's like a very strong collective teacher efficacy that's related to the rigorous literacy program. And that was recently presented to parents of Hillside, January 31st, 2024. I linked that in the slide deck as well. There's been a lot of really sustained professional learning work that's been happening there. And that's targeted phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, fluency, oral language, comprehension, and writing. So it's lots of different areas, and there's been a very systematic approach. The variations in performance.
I may just interject there, because the debate on the science of reading has gotten intense.
Yes.
If you read my notes to you about what's going on in Connecticut, those, and this is Melissa's presentation, I was her critical friend on it. She put up with my University of Chicago, but I insisted on this language right now, this phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, phonics, listen to me, fluency, vocabulary, fluency. That's the content substance which we in Hastings have.
Yeah.
And so we're doing very, very well. We're very much hoping that New York State won't mandate a program that makes us change, because we are doing what the best, and we're doing the rigorous, dare I say that word, rigorous stuff. So those are particular terms that matter. But anyway, keep going.
I just as a brief aside, I had a colleague turn to me at one of my curriculum council meetings and said, Melissa, what's going on in Hastings? I said, what do you mean? She said, your elementary literacy scores are just off the charts, and the whole region is paying attention. And I said, well, we're not paying attention to the state test. We're paying attention to students and reading instruction, and we've been doing really systematic work, and I credited Amy Kazis for all of the outstanding leadership and instructional leadership and the team. And again, it's the power of the collective. Everyone's working together and moving in the same direction.
Did you tell Amy that someone said that too?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah, she was very happy. The variations of performance in the middle school suggest the need for a deeper examination of the data to determine the root cause. Possible areas include vertical and horizontal articulation, resource use and coherence, use of instructional practices, and also implementation of academic intervention services. Scott and I have already been meeting with Sarah Walters, starting that curriculum inquiry work, and as you recall, Scott, Camila, the department chairs, and I are working on curriculum inquiries in every single core content area in the middle school, so we're finalizing our approach, but ELA's already started there. English, Sarah's been working with the department to start looking at let's start taking a look at some of the practices and trying to understand what it is we do and where we are aligned and where we differ. So that work has begun. But when I see things like this, it always raises more questions, and generally with data, it's never just one thing. But if you take a big bite out of one part of the apple and you grab the right part of the apple, you can make some very good movement if you go step by step.
And do recall that in Scott Wynn's presentation to you about the FMS plan, the ELA, and trying to get to more, and with a compliment to the teachers, let me be careful and clear, trying to get to more consistency. So these things all tie together in terms of what you've been hearing.
I'd like to pause for questions related to ELA before we move into math.
I guess you just addressed it, that, I mean, I'm looking at grade 6. That went from a 93% at above or, grade level to 75. So I guess that kind of data is what you're talking about, right? When you say...
You're saying since the COVID gap, which is those empty bubbles, is that...
Right, from 2021 to
Yep.
2023, going from 93% to 75.
And that dropped from 2 to 4. So there are a couple indicators there that's going the wrong direction.
Right, and I guess that's what you're talking about,
Yes.
taking the deeper dive. I wonder if COVID had, if that was like a COVID thing, but I guess not everybody had everybody had gaps in learning.
The only thing is, if you
Well,
look at the
I-
cohort
Not
actually
necessarily,
went
actually.
up.
Yeah, I mean, I think districts like Hastings have to be uber cautious in talking about gaps in learning. Actually, a lot of, New York State was not part of a major study that Harvard and Stanford just put out that was all over the New York Times, which is unfortunate. I don't know why, we didn't figure out why. But a lot of districts like us actually grew across, and in math was the area where most places dropped. The districts like a Hastings, like a Weston, sorry, I gotta say it, actually grew across the COVID years in math. So I think so this may not have been a COVID effect.
Yeah, it raises more questions, and it gives me the opportunity to just pop back a couple slides very quickly. If you look at 7th grade here, with the STAR diagnostic screener, which is given to every single student, you're not seeing that, so it raises questions. It raises questions. Was it the same cohort that tested for both assessments? Did something happen programmatically? Is it that where was that particular year? Was there more focus on, our teachers have given feedback on flagging extended response questions. So students that are not getting full credit, for example, with their writing and doing the extended response. That would be a good place to look and wonder about, actually, because with the STAR, you're not having the students write. With the state test, you are having the students write. And so that kind of points us to, okay, this might be a place to go in from an inquiry perspective. We may want to we may want our starting place to be in the area of writing, because we're seeing some disparities, but we're not seeing it necessarily with the projections from the STAR diagnostic.
Right.
So this is, if you can get on the balcony with all of these numbers, it's really interesting just from a learning perspective.
I mean, if I may, I think a very important point for you as a board is you've heard, in essence, this presentation last year, and this heat map, it took me about 3 years to figure it out. I finally got there. But what's important is you have this presentation, but go back and study the FMS plan, because you didn't have that before. You don't have that, and that goes into the whole ELA. I mean, hardworking teachers in the middle school, are they all working in coordination and tandem, such as the Hillside faculty have after? And that took several years of work. So I'm saying do really good work in the middle school, but is it connected and pointed to a particular area, i.e. writing? And if you go back to the plan you received from Scott and Camilla, that might help you sort of connect some things. And I hope hey, okay, they're looking at the data and they're working on a plan. But it will take a while to address some of you zeroed right in on something a number of us caught.
I'm just also curious how it's like they are doing so well in Hillside, and then they hit the middle school, and it doesn't seem to connect. I'm not sure whether parental influence is maybe a factor, because I know, like, when it came to the math, before the whole math became, back in the day when we got all the math became an issue, PTSA did a whole survey thing to see the tutoring and whatnot, because parents got very agitated about math, and then we had to do all of this revamping. I don't know. I mean, whether there may be some of these elements, and I'm glad, like, the middle school is going to do something, but there are all kinds of variables, and sometimes it's not all of it that may be private to the school per se. So I think that it would be good to see what is happening with the parent part that may be influencing that transition to the middle school that doesn't seem to connect to everything else. If that makes sense, yeah.
I think we're in agreement that it's never just one thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And also, we like to, from the professional learning standpoint, just focus on the things that we feel like we have the greatest sphere of influence over. And so looking at program, looking at coherence, thinking about student performance, actually looking at student work, digging in that way is really important. And, and then how people are learning together matters, and their belief in, special ed has been working on, it's not accidental, the Special Ed Advisory Committee has been working on efficacy beliefs. If I believe I can achieve, then I will, from a student standpoint. And that's very connected to data and building capacity and working with data. And that data is not a reductionist way of looking at a child. Like, it is a beautiful child. We have wonderful information about lots of different things socially and emotionally, and we have some scores, and we put all that together, and we play with the puzzle, and we
So
think
let me-
about where we can have the biggest impact.
Yeah, so let me ask, so I know we've seen this over the years. So and I think you had shared something last year. What do you think is based on just the data or the holistic lens to it? What do you think is one factor that you want to look at practically to deal with this discrepancy, which is not the first time we've seen it in terms of Hillside in the middle school? Is there something that you've sort of seen, like this seems to be a thread, because every year it seems to have the same outlook? So from what you've gathered, maybe we should pay attention to a little bit more of this. I mean, is there anything that has popped up to you?
I mean, yes. I mean, the things that I mentioned around vertical and horizontal articulation, meaning, just for anyone listening, like fancy language for, like, to what extent do we have a through line across a grade level? Like, is a child in one class experiencing a similar experience as a child in another class, and then how does that build through the grades very systematically? And that piece around coherence, thinking about some instructional practices and how we're able to move students. And I think the best way in through that is to really get curious about what students are producing and what does that connect to in terms of the tasks we're giving and the learning outcomes we're suggesting. And all that can be done together. So the intersection of outcome and then the teaching practice and then what the student is producing.
So
And
you'll
so
be
it's
looking at
just a very coherent way of looking at it.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Related to what Teresa was saying about looking across, does it really not make sense to look across, though? Shouldn't we really be looking at the cohort? So you can see, for instance, that the cohort that's now in grade 6 is doing better than they did last year. And the cohort that, and the same for the cohort that's in grade 7. So looking at that, like, how is the cohort as a whole doing versus how is the grade doing? Because this is the way you see improvement.
So I would argue it's both, and I'll explain why. So the cohort effect is really looking at the extent to which a group of students is able to progress from one year to the next. Are they making a year's worth of growth in a year's worth of time, both relative to themselves and relative to the region? Can that be expedited, for example? Like, this group is proficient to this extent one year, and then the next year, to what extent is the same group proficient? More, less, or the same, right? Are they progressing? If you look across, you're looking more at to what extent are we impacting each group of students in front of us. So, for example, I always love to argue it would be ideal if every single year 100% of students was proficient. And so regardless of where they come in, to what extent can we expedite the growth of each individual child so the entire cohort moves forward in a way that's super strong? And so you're trying to get across a grade less variation. So more variation would mean you've got one cohort, 1 year you're seeing on the grade a 5. Another year you're seeing a 2. And another year you're seeing a 1. And you're seeing all those variations, right? When you see a tighter range, like 1, 2, 3, it means there's something going on instructionally where we are able to help level the playing field a bit more. And so when it really means that our program is doing something to be able to expedite growth more exponentially if the cohort has a similar performance each year, similarly strong,
No,
ideally.
so it's not, but it can be, it doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be looking at.
You look
both.
to blend, but I
You're
think
trying to
Doreen's
both.
point's very good,
It's
because,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're coming from behind, so if you're, like, if the whole cohort is coming from behind and they've risen up, that means that they did a good job of taking, first they have to teach, especially with math, I would think, that first they have to teach what they don't know,
Right.
that they've lost, and then the grade level.
Right.
So it's a little bit different. And then I have another question for you about you had said that the 5th grade was doing well, but if I look down, it looks like in 2021, that cohort was at 91, then in 2022 it was at 86, and 2023 it was at 83. So reading that, I would think that it's actually doing more poorly. So what did you mean by the 5th grade is doing well?
Regionally,
So
we're like in the second
regionally.
decile.
Yeah.
Oh, regionally. Okay. Got it. So even though their overall score seems to be declining.
Relative to other schools in our district, and those,
Yeah.
we're actually doing better. Even though,
Right.
because that
Even
that
though
must
the
mean-
number's down, right,
Because
yeah.
their number might be like 80.
Yeah.
And we're at 83.1, so
Right,
it's all,
got
it's relative.
Right. And then just one last question. So I'm curious what, in your opinion, about the benchmarks? Because I'm assuming that the benchmarks, perhaps incorrectly, are less than what we as parents would expect from our children in our school anyway. So maybe like what would be proficient for grade 3, what the state thinks is proficient at grade 3, would not be what we would want our children to be at grade 3. That we would have an expectation that it would be higher than the state probably has a lower expectation than really where we as a district and as parents would want our children to be.
Yeah, so that brings me right back, thank you, to my controversial statement, is I'd love to see 100% across the board. I mean, in a perfect world, we would want all children to be proficient, and we do our best to keep that ceiling very, very high. And at the same time, I wanted to make sure that I'm clear on the fact that I do not believe in teaching to a test. I believe that we teach students, and the test is a floor and not a ceiling. And the work that we're doing with the portrait around the attributes, around the goals that we've set, the outcomes, those more aspirational competencies, like that is really critical. And this is a piece of that. I would never want us hyper-focused on test scores. I just don't think it's the right driver for moving students forward in their learning.
One last thing about,
Last-
speaking of
okay.
scores, just one on that point though, is that when you look at 85, the number, it seems terrific. But then when I think 15%, 85 or whatever, 93 or whatever, 84, it doesn't matter what the number, it seems really great. But then you think that maybe 20%, if I consider that the benchmark is actually not where we would ever want our kids to be anyway, that if there's 15, 20% of the kids who aren't there, that is, I know you want it to be 100%, but like, is that what you would expect, that there could be 15% of kids who aren't at a baseline? Is that because of
Why-
ability? Is that how it
Yeah.
works, like the bell curve?
And some
like you're
kids are
suggesting? Yeah.
cuspy, right?
Yeah.
And some kids had a bad day on the test, which
Yeah.
is a moment.
Yeah.
So let
So-
me make a suggestion here, because I want to, and I think Doreen, you'd agree. Benchmarks have been pushing up a lot, so meaning it may be still a quite reasonable benchmark.
Oh, okay.
So I think we could do a little digging and come back to you and on kind of how to understand the reasonableness of this benchmark.
Yeah.
In a place like Hastings and others, and on that list, they're going to always be striving for higher, but I think it's worth us exploring a little bit how to get a handle on what is, in essence, this benchmark.
Yeah.
And we could come back on that.
Great,
Because
thanks.
I don't want us to chase a
Sure.
false conversation
Correct.
potentially,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
if that,
I
Thanks,
wanted
Bill.
to
Yeah.
ask a clarifying question. So, so the 1 to 5 is just, I mean, I think I know what it is, but just because this question came up last year, and I guess the 1 to 5 has to do with this group that we are comparing
right.
with, correct? So
Yes.
that's all there is
Yes.
to it. The percentages within, the smaller percentages within is the real crux of the percentage of students that are actually meeting or not meeting. So in other words, if let's say number 5 has 90%, considering that, let's say all these schools are very much good compared to the whole state, then a 90% with a 5 may be desirable than a 1 with 50%. Will that make sense? You know what I'm trying to say, right? Okay.
What you're highlighting is there's not necessarily a substantive difference.
Right.
It's like a matter of hundredths of a point, for
Good.
example.
I get that, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that sometimes, like, the understanding is that the 1 to 5 is
It goes down to 7.
statewide,
It could be
and
a lot
it's
higher.
not statewide.
Right. For,
Correct.
for this
Yeah.
particular heat map, I pulled it against this region, our
Just our local,
our
exactly.
peers.
So
Yeah.
that's what I want to point out.
And then when we think about individual students, we think about proficiency, like did they hit the target? However, it's also incredibly critical that when we're looking at students, we're also thinking about growth over time. How much did they grow?
Right.
So they may not yet be proficient, but they may have made 2 years of growth in a single year.
Yeah.
You know, and thinking about how to get students to move in that way.
And that's why I think this particular screening that you have is so important, because you show
That's
the
right.
teachers get the individual results.
Yes.
So the teachers are able to see how their individual students are actually doing, correct?
Yes, and then the other chart that I showed you, and I'm about to show you in math, shows you kind of the gestalt of all of it,
Yeah.
right? But yes, we do get down to the individual level, and it's super helpful, and it gives us pointers about where to provide instruction, like where to start that instruction. And once again, having a percentage of students that are not meeting proficiency doesn't mean they're not right on the line. You know, so that benchmark, both with state measures and with our local STAR assessment data, we get to see who's cuspy, you know, and who may have had, like, you know, just who had a great day on the test, or who didn't have a great day on the test, right? If there are some of those anomalies too.
And the teachers, I have to say, seem to be very educated on what these results are, because I've had conversations with them personally about my kids, where they're like, well, you can tell that the kid is good at this, but missed out on this, so they're able to really track what they need to focus on, which that versus the state test, I don't know that they get that necessarily, but these they do, which I think is very helpful.
Melissa, can I just briefly ask, how does this data that you're sharing with us, how does that jive with the fact, like, I know in the middle school in past years, there have been a cohort that's also reflected at the 5th and 6th grade years where they were focus groups because they were not performing as strongly. And those were also at the 5th and 6th grade group. So how does this information kind of align or not align, or that there was an underperforming cohort that was most strongly represented at the 5th and 6th grade level?
ELA or was it math, though? I don't remember.
I don't remember, and that's what I was going to ask you.
And
Okay,
there
so
were
it's
some
math.
questions about some, also, in addition to program, if I'm connected to what I think it is that
You
you're.
want to go into the math section?
Yeah.
'Cause
Let's do
it
that.
shows
That's
right-
fine, it's
it'll
probably
show
more
up-
reflective of that, but I just kind of
Absolutely.
want
It
to
shows up
understand
there.
kind of how that, you know, if, seeing that it is like a, I don't know, I don't want to say this in a clumsy way, but saying, you know, if we're seeing that there are more struggles at the 6th grade level, and that has been, I'm not saying that it has been persistent, but in previous years it has been tagged, that there has been identifiable struggles for kids who are in that 5th to 6th grade cohort, and seeing this over a multi-year range, like, how do you kind of make sense of that, I guess, and how the middle school's action plan is going to incorporate whatever programmatic changes we need to make to support students in that grade, since it is such a pivotal year and it's going from their, you know, standalone class to then being departmentalized.
Yes.
If in fact that's something that is consistently, you know, that's where we see the most force consistently across the years, or even drop-offs.
Yeah.
You know, I guess, I'm sorry if that was very
No.
clumsily said, but.
No, I
Why don't you go into the
understand what
math?
you're saying.
I think you pick it up in the math. So if you move into the math
Okay.
side, because it's,
Well, right, 'cause
that
then we get
data
to
is
sevens.
exactly
All right,
what.
so the math
maybe
takeaway. So the majority of students in grades 1 through 8 performed at or above the benchmark. And this, again, is the STAR diagnostic screener. Increases are noted for all cohorts except grade 5 to 6. We're seeing some slight decrease noted from the 5th to the 6th grade cohort, but not a substantive decrease. You're
Right.
seeing a slight one. Fairly stable performance for each grade level. Large increases in grades 2, 6, and 8 for the STAR for this year. Oops, you know what, let me stay here. The mathematics data from the state test. Our familiar heat map with different numbers, and these are specific to mathematics, and the trend is compared to Southern Westchester BOCES. So we see between, this is for the most current data, between 83.8 and 90.6% of students met or exceeded the proficiency standard at Hillside. There's been less variation with 4th grade proficiency than there has been with 3rd grade proficiency. 4th grade overall, you're seeing an increase in proficiency over time, and again, that's that smaller number that's inside the circle. In 2023, grade 3 had a decrease in proficiency and performance relative to the region. And in 2023, grade 4 had a slight decrease in performance relative to the region, but it had an increase in proficiency. And we're looking at Farragut. I'm sorry, I'll stay here. We can look at the words after. It's what I'm telling you. We're seeing between 69.6 and 88.3% of students at the middle school meeting or exceeding the proficiency standard. There's been, again, like ELA, variation within and across the grades with proficiency. Variation in middle school performance relative to the region over that same year span that you're looking at. And then since 2021, grade 6 performance has remained relatively stable. There's been an overall increase in performance since 2021 for grades 5, 7, and 8. And we do need some more scrutiny, to your point, on that grade 6 cohort, given the drop to the 7th decile, especially. So we are seeing both a decrease in performance, and we're also seeing a regional decrease. And that is specific to that 6th grade cohort.
Yeah.
Sorry, 6th grade year
Right.
over time, 6th grade in general. All right, I'm going to pause here for some more math questions before we get into science.
Any questions?
So we need to dig.
I just have in the Renaissance question, the STAR Renaissance reports. Is it possible to use those reports? Can teachers use those reports to try to figure out, like, perhaps undiagnosed, maybe learning disabilities from various kids?
So the
like
way-
when you know, like, if this kid didn't do very, like, it's weird that they didn't do this well. Like, does it help with that at all?
I think STAR is one piece of data, like it's one data point, and what you can do is you can look for trends and you can look for anomalies, and you can see, you know, you can actually see trends in performance even on specific topics, like learning outcomes for students. So you can look at your class, how they're doing, you can look at your data compared to other data. It's a really great tool. The rabbit hole runs very deep in the many things that you can do with it. We have a system in place, so this is where the MTSS process comes into play. So if there's concerns about a student's performance and or growth, a student can be referred to the multi-tiered system of support team. And that's where all of the data associated with that child and that area becomes a puzzle to unlock, and it gets looked at carefully and pieced together. Interventions are put into place, and we look at how the extent to which a student's responding to those interventions. And then if we're not seeing a response to intervention, then we move through different tiers of support. So it might move from a tier 1 classroom intervention to a tier 2 intervention. There may be some additional academic intervention through the math interventionist at a tier 3 level. And so, so all of this is not ideally the pathway to classification or catching the learning disability. The idea is that you want to pinpoint things through the interventions to make sure that you're seeing growth. If a child is not responding to the growth, and yes, the Renaissance Star would be a piece of that data, and they're not responding to interventions over time in a systematic way, then there might be a discussion at the CSE table. But the first point of contact would be, let's see what we can do to blitz them with the areas they need and really be supportive to meet them where they are with these very specific interventions.
Right. Because sometimes I just hear from parents that they're like, my kid has good grades in school, and then I saw the results of these tests, and I was like, how is that possible? Like there's such a discrepancy between their actual grades, and then, and then there was like questions of grade inflation, which is a separate subject, but, but that to me was one of the things that I've heard a lot, that like, I was so surprised when I got the state results or the STAR results, because I thought my kid was doing really well, so.
I think that's why, teacher qualitative inputs on the students is such a big part of MTSS. So.
And Doreen, and I think that's what was already said, that it's a very holistic approach. Because if we should have this, the big number like I spoke about, if we should have it compared to all the school in the state, Hastings would be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, all purple. You get what I'm trying to say?
We do very
so
well
that's
according to state
that's
measures.
exactly. So
We
that's
would
what I'm
be
saying.
high.
Exactly. Everything will be one, and we'll be like, oh, we're good. So that's why it's really a
Right,
very
but that's like the sort of the opposite though of what I'm saying, which is that we don't want to take data as only one point, but
I
it is
agree with you,
important
that's
to
what I'm
look
saying.
because it can isolate things that
Correct.
you're like, what just happened here?
I was actually agreeing
Got
with
it.
you, saying that, to your point, if this could have looked even worse than we are seeing it, because it could have been all 1, 1, 1.
Yeah.
And you're like, how come it's all 1, 1, 1 and my
Oh,
kid
I
is
see what
doing
you're
well?
saying,
So that's
right,
what I'm
got
saying.
it, got it, okay.
I do want to recognize our teachers and take this moment very sincerely. When I first started here, there was not as much interest in looking at data. And I am really proud of everyone. Like there's been a lot more interest in working with screening data, paying attention to numbers, and realizing we're not reducing a child to a number, but it is a piece of trying to understand what's going on when you can look at those metrics. And there's been a lot of really good movement in terms of embracing diagnostic screening, really looking, to your point, taking a look at what their next readiness step is and understanding right where they are. The work at the Special Ed Advisory Committee that's been happening around building data capacity. So the system in general has been really ramping that up. And I'm just, and again, data can also be what a student produced in their writing. Like, let's take a look at that, and let's look at it against a rubric or a benchmark. And I'm actually quite proud of the openness around that. I think we've made some good movement, and we still have far to go, and we're doing really well in terms of our growth in that area. Science. So there was no state science test this past year. It'll pop into 5th grade this year. The state has shifted it with the arrival of the P12 science learning standards, so they've given us some time to adapt. And so we are all very eager to see what that will mean for us in terms of science performance using this new metric and these new learning outcomes. We've historically done very, very well on the science assessment in grade 4, and we'll see. So nothing to report for this past year in science. When we look at the earth science regents, I'm showing those results, and we give the earth science regents in 8th grade. I'm showing those results from 2018 to 2023. And if you look at the green, you're looking at the percent of students who pass the regents exam. What percentage of students are proficient? So we, again, historically have done very well there. Where we do have room for growth is at the mastery level. So looking at the percentage of students scoring higher than 85, so within that 85 to 100% range, it would be great to see some growth there. But you can see the percentages listed that we currently have at the mastery level as well, and that's in yellow. I did want to flag that in 2021, Earth Science Regents testing was optional. We had a very large number of exemptions. Only 78 students out of 131 tested. That was in 2021. So that's an additional piece of information for you. In 2022 and 2023, the testing was required and there were no exemptions. And so that data reflects that information. And we also had some pretty significant shifts in staffing, which could have potentially impacted coherence. There was a lot of movement within the department. And so Overarching takeaways from this is that we have relatively stable performance over time. We have opportunities for growth at the mastery level, and we have a very strong science program in general. And our epilogue here is that we are a system, and so a big thank you for Hillside setting the foundation for the middle school, and middle school setting the foundation for the high school. And as you can see, Regents performance proficiency data in living environment, Algebra 1 and ELA. So again, looking at that ELA, mathematics, science, you're seeing some very strong performance. And so we can close out on that. And we aim to have students at their highest potential. And that's what we want to do, is maximize their performance and also maximize their growth over time. Any additional questions?
Any questions, comments? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, as well. You know, this is, we've said it before, but this is a deeper, more thorough, more public dive into data than really any district does, or at least we set the benchmark for it, so that's much appreciated. It's a lot of good stuff to look at as well. So, all right, thank you, Dr. Szymanski.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to business items. Are there any questions or comments regarding the many business items 1 through 25?
Thank you, snow day.
Exactly.
Right.
Like a double meat.
I think I saw, I'm not sure if it's, number 19. I just wanted to pull that out a little bit, because especially we all know how parents have been very much interested in the science of reading and all of that, and I think this program actually also connects to that. So I just wanted to pull it out, just for that is something like, I know parents are worried, but like every education is done all around, and I'm very happy that at least there has been that integrative work being done by getting this consultant to work with our schools in the phonics part of reading, which is connected to the science of reading. So I wanted to just pull that out.
Yeah, thank you.
I had a quick question about number 13. It's the Cumbia for Kids residency. At the bottom it says it will be paid for by an approved grant from the PTSA and the middle school building budget. What's a middle school building budget?
Cultural arts. Yeah.
Do each of the schools?
School has their, a certain amount of monies for allocation for different things to bring in, arts and assemblies and things. So they have some, not a lot, but a few $1,000s allocated to their
I just don't think I ever noticed that
discretion,
before.
yeah.
It's
Well,
like the
because they have
Grape Festival and stuff like that.
they have control, right, they have like the Latin dance and all the rest. So some of it is funded arts, some of it is building-based, like.
Do they get like a certain amount of pot of money every year?
Well, they get, so we base the allocation, there's a allocation formula per student that we use, and then that includes like textbooks, supplies, technology, and then anything which is like contractual. So there could be things either the teachers want to do or bring in for their students, or, so it's within that kind of, based upon enrollment and, some of the monies that's in that per pupil, they can kind of pull down into that.
Got it. I just don't think I'd ever seen it before.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's where, again, they're kind of small one-offs, and the district also does have a large, but a arts and education budget that each year is allocated, like the principals get together and they, submit different grants for things that they're interested in doing.
the grants I know, but
No, but it's grants, but it's monies that are sometimes partially funded by the district and partially funded by an outside grant.
got it. Okay, it's great. I just didn't know.
Looks like a fun program.
Yeah, totally. Whenever I read those things, I'm like, I was in the elementary school, stomping and clapping.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments regarding business items? No?
No.
Is there a motion to approve our business items 1 through 25?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Moving on to placement and services for CSE, CPSE. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve our placement and services for CSE?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to personnel, this is the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments regarding our appointments, amendments, leaves of absence, terminations, or resignations? Is there a motion to approve our appointments, amendments, leaves of absence, terminations, and resignations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Moving on to minutes, this would be minutes for two meetings, the January 23rd and January 30th.
Because of the snow.
Yeah, so, any questions or comments regarding the minutes from these meetings? Is there a motion to approve our minutes from the January 23rd and 30 meetings?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Moving on to facilities, these are, we're going to get an update, I guess?
Yeah, I think there's, Melissa was able to put them up. So.
I'm not able to open, I don't know if it's just me, the Burke Estate sinkholes when it says file not found whenever I click on it. Maybe, do I need to refresh?
It's a downloaded
It's up
file.
on the screen now. It's up on the screen.
It's a
Oh, it might be a-
it's a PowerPoint slide,
bunch of
so it
pictures of
downloads,
holes.
and then you have to open it.
It's holes in the ground.
It's a bunch of holes on the ground.
It says it right in the title.
Watch your
already.
step.
Right. It says files not
See?
found.
No, it
Look behind you.
downloads. Look, I have
I
it.
can't-
So-
Oh, that won't happen for me.
When
It says
you don't
file
have
not found.
PowerPoint?
Anyway, I didn't know if anybody, the public had
Oh,
file
got it,
not
got
found
it,
too,
got it,
so
got it.
I can't open it. I can refresh, maybe that will.
So, yeah, this was kind of a late ad, but, and the reason the minutes for the Facilities Committee meeting were, the meeting was largely focused on an external company that had presented to the board or the Board of Facilities Committee in regards to like drainage solutions that Joe and I had previously met with, and we wanted the board just to kind of also have this presented to them. But the reason these slides are up tonight are related to that in the sense that we were speaking about the significant, this amount of water, rain, and all the rest, and that has further exacerbated issues that we've had on our field. So yesterday, or either the day before that, not yesterday, the day before, there were discovered that we came to find sinkholes on the Burke Estate. So again, some of it is related to, there's sometimes things in which are uncovered that we didn't know were there, such as like on the existing baseball field or the original baseball field. And I say that because there was another one built years back that is no longer there. When they built that field, they must have buried trees. And there's times in which like sinkholes are caused because there's things years ago they were just buried. And then, that over time deteriorates, shifts, and then you end up with these large sinkholes, which we've had also this year and repaired multiple sinkholes at Reynolds Field. I mean, first of all, they're very dangerous because things sometimes, the underneath things is shifting in earth, but like as an example, these were caused by the fact that must have been trees there many moons ago, well before that, prior to that field being built, which was there when I came here, so I don't even know the exact year. And they were either buried, which then causes disruption, and then over time with and rain and all the rest. So just as an example, this is just one, and although the size of these, I think if you were to see them in in person there, it's actually, seems worse than even the pictures here. It's actually more dramatic when you see it in, because I think you can when you look at the field and how that can just kind of be possible, we just see like overnight something like that will occur. But I think it, again, this is another view of it. Sorry, I had to twist your head a bit. And these are relative, I just kind of uploaded all the pictures that Joe had taken, but these are just from different views. But this is pretty much like we come onto the field and there's a few, there's more than one. So there are different, some of those that you're seeing are in different locations. And then in addition, this is a sewer drain, but just to kind of give you the magnitude of this, so this collapsed and it's starting to,
it's not something you, if you were walk on it, that grate could collapse right in, and this is in our parking lot. But again, just the amount of damage we've had in the last few years due to water is, I think if those on the board last.
That's not the village responsibility?
No, this is on our property.
Still.
So as an example, but to go down there because the insides of that structure collapsed, so that's something, although it's not a huge amount, it's like $7,000 or $6,000 just to fix that. Because the way it has to be cut out, and it's not so much what you're seeing in the picture, it's also what's inside of there that needs to be addressed. So I think as we, again, this has just happened, and I said, well, I'll just just update the board today because we did approve the expenditure for this fix. And last week, or I think it was something we did fix because it was important to do so. We had that situation at Hillside with the water, and a lot of it's groundwater. It's not even necessarily, it's groundwater that has nowhere to go. And it just then ends up just the water table so high. And that's why we ended up with that, the parking lot. Actually, there was water coming through and we thought it was the broken main, and it ends up just being an excessive amount of groundwater that has nowhere to go. So I think as we talk about drainage, and again, it was not so much as that I'm just thinking back about that presentation. I think even beyond, the playabilities of the field, when we first looked at that drainage presentation that Joe and I were given by this, that we were connected by some other people, that says, really fascinating. We were even like considering if for other, like beyond the playing fields, we're like, wow, at Hillside. So when you have those excessive amounts of rain, it pulls the water out and it stores it. And it drains it, it's like, as you know, it's like a vacuuming kind of system. But I think even the fact that it allows you to release the water later. I mean, right now, when that water comes, there's this ground can't take it. And then it ends up causing damage, just even sometimes on pavement and sidewalks and all the rest. So, again,
This makes a more compelling argument for us to
correct.
do that.
Yeah, or something, I think we just have to really understand that even though this wasn't connected necessarily to the presentation we did, largely it was due to, rain and the damage from water that we've experienced, but the need for, drainage systems that really can handle that volume of water. I mean, I'm not a meteorologist, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I think in the last few years, even last year at Reynolds Fields, the improvements to handle water, right, and an existing structure that had been there that had handled it fine in the past, we had to put almost a $300,000 improvement in, or else we would have, because we had significant damage twice to Reynolds Field just with rain last year.
It's a very good point, especially, just to remember that both our fields, Burke and Reynolds, historically had creeks running through them. So
I don't know how that happened.
Both of them.
Because it's here, it looks fine. I don't know why it's sideways on my screen, it's like, right, yeah, okay, yeah.
Is there an amount
I can't even get
attached
it,
to
so.
this fix? Is
You
there?
don't have to like.
So as far as these sinkholes, our grounds crew filled them and fixed it. We may have to like sod over it, but they were able to do so by bringing in more material. But I think part of it is sometimes just those unknowns of how things were either constructed years ago and all the rest. But I mean, I think my first thought is when I see them, we get very concerned, just like the ones on Reynolds. We have children walk across these fields. Our fields are not fenced. People, they're not supposed to, but they do walk their dogs on them. And this is an example of like there were, these large, you don't want anybody falling into them. It's very dangerous. And to kind of come into school and see that. So I think we need to be considering different types of drainage. And actually, we happened to be over there, not related to the sinkholes, where we did come to find out, because we were having some, there's a lot of water that, because it's not draining properly, then actually impacts the area below. Now I'm speaking about Burke Estate and that natural environment, right? So that, there is, beyond just the fields, the impact to what is below that has been damaged by the amount of water and we're looking at ways to channel it better, to connect it better and other things like that. Then we also just did a camera investigation because our engineers were concerned about why there was so much damage to the lower or the water coming out of there. And not that it was going to fall down, but we were starting to have some parts of the riprap just washing out, which is like all the stone that kind of holds up and helps filter the water down. So in doing that evaluation this week, they happened to be there looking at our sinkholes also and helped us kind of evaluate it. We found that some of our drainage is like damaged and crushed, and we're not even, so that is causing some of the issues, but even what we currently have is not sufficient, I think, to handle the volume that
So
we're
you've got a
currently.
company to look at it, right? Someone that would be able to say like, because you're filling it in, but is there a bigger problem, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, so I mean, anytime we have something like that, obviously we're gonna repair it, and here, I don't know why these sides are, it's so interesting, I don't know why they're presenting like that up there, maybe when they got, because they're in PowerPoint, and maybe when they were downloaded, they're, switching over. But you can see in the back, on your computer, there's a large, these are large stumps that were now like buried there, and they had to be dragged out, so I think it's really just to demonstrate that, each day we come into a different issue. I mean, I think just as part of the facilities update for the board to understand that, that we are, this has happened quite a few times this year between Reynolds and Alberca State with these sinkholes, and we're just, kind of just largely looking at ways to improve the fields are important, not even beyond the use of sports, right, but even just the safety of them, just in general,
Did you put that in with the field project? Is it like a comprehensive project?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're trying to, the presentation, I mean, Alex can speak to it as well. We're looking at, what was presented to us as some of the issues we're having with fields beyond these sinkholes, and finding ways that they could potentially be addressed. So the reason we initially engaged in that was to say, there was how many cancellations, or, there's a lot of issues because, should we consider turf, or, these things get, kind of come back up as part of, yes, it's rained a lot this year and all the rest. So this is it's called Turf Talents, the company, but it's not artificial turf. It's, turf is actually the name of actual grass. So it's really just a drainage system. So we're looking at that as, what if we were to consider doing this, what does that look like? What does that improve? So I think it really helps with draining water quickly and storing water quickly. It doesn't necessarily give us more. It gives us the use of the fields when it's raining, but it doesn't necessarily give us more hours. It gives us more hours by virtue of if we don't have as many rainouts, but it doesn't, if you look at the amount of hours they give to us, it's not like, you still get a finite amount of hours. More than we're currently receiving because of the water problems, but not, so, I mean, you couldn't compare it to turf in a sense of like you're getting 3 hours versus 24 hours, I guess. But I do think we are considering it because I think there is a real value to the way that system works because of the way it takes the water and puts it somewhere where it's, even in a turf, artificial turf field, it does go into drainage and make its way elsewhere. So, and if the volume is really high, although you could play in the field, like the way where that water gets distributed, it could be a problem, or how it gets distributed at the volume is getting distributed. So we do think it's one of the, we're just, again, looking and evaluating all different options, but as we see that water, I think even Joe was saying, we're getting this many more inches this week, he's, probably losing sleep. Yeah, so it's just a problem. The water is very destructive, and although this is not only to do with water, it has somewhat to do with what was buried beneath it, but it's because of the volume of water that it's like deteriorating it, more so.
So what's the project related to it, or is it just sort of like we fixed it for now and it's safe to go back, but there's a project coming?
I think the answer is we want to make it clear to you and the public, because the public sees all this, that we have some serious issues to address. And yes, we're, as part of the analysis of this complex itself, and then the discussion also about athletic fields, playing spaces outside, we need to be very thoughtful and systematic about it. The option that we brought in, thanks to Marie and some others, but they'd have to bid if we go down there. You'd see it all. Don't worry that it has to come through the public process. We have to think about not just what's put on the top, but very much what's underneath and all the flows into it. So
good time, though, at least now that we're kind of talking about it, might as well.
Yeah, so we're in,
Right, but as we've been doing, although, we're still looking, we're still seeing what options may exist, but until we have all the information, like everything that's needed, it would be hard for us to prioritize, right? So until we get the I mean, we have some sense of things. We talked about the boiler, that's separate. We're not gonna, mix that in here. But there are other maintenance-y type things that are also kind of on our list, and now we're really trying to get a very good understanding of, forget about the, the turf or this or that, like, what does the drainage look like at all of our facilities, including Hillside and the volume of water and the water table up there, and then try to make, see the cost, of course, we gotta look at that, and then make, prioritize that, I think, because I
Yeah.
think that realistically, everything, excuse me?
We get some funding when we do such projects from this.
We do, if it's connected to a
it's
building
attached to a-
project, yeah.
Has to be connected to a building.
Yeah, I would say that
Connected to the building, although it's part of.
the steps that we're taking are extremely,
Can I clarify my question first? Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is, being that it's part of our property, isn't the state going to pay? And I know Dr. McKessie whispered something I did not hear, but what, is it something that the state will give us some money for?
Well, there's a couple, yeah, so when we submit a project, once we know what a project would be, and again, this will take some time because it needs to be packaged. Anything field-related, you have to at the same time be doing it like a building project because it's only aidable when it's connected to another project. No, that doesn't mean it has to be a big
Thank you.
project. It
That's
could
all I wanted
be, yeah,
to
it could be
know.
like it could be like $100,000
Thank you.
project, but yeah.
Thank you, that's
Yeah.
all I wanted to
Okay,
know.
thanks.
Sorry.
But we don't know where we're gonna end up because I think we need to, in order to do anything, you have to understand all the things you may need to do.
well, that's why I want to point
Yeah.
out, the steps that we're taking, with PBSW, PBSW?
Yeah, PBDW.
PBDW, and Turf Talents, I really feel like we're almost the thing, when you have a project in your house and you get to the end of it, you're like, oh, I wish I knew now what, I wish I knew then what I know now. We're trying to get to that end stage before we do anything. And so we're really deliberate and precise in what we actually do. So this whole deep dive, we're just trying to sort of define what's the real problem here. Part of the problem, of course, is field availability, but there's more, and we're starting to look into that more stuff. So, but we're trying to look into it. We're trying to do a deeper dive, so that's why it's coming up.
Right, I mean, although these issues are problematic, I think we're looking at also just overall drainage as, an issue, and not so much as, focusing per se on like turf or not turf. We're focusing on like, let's try to get the drainage and everything, figured out and make sure that it's also not, I don't want to get too far into it, but even just in terms of the amount of water that comes off of there and the impact it could have on even getting into the river. Like, there are things when we have a lot of drainage, and if it's just like shooting out.
Yeah, we don't want a waterfall.
Yeah, no, and it could like impact like properties below us and all the rest. So there's just similar with the village when they did their project on their improvements to drainage, we then we were in close contact because whatever happens above you, has an impact below you. So I think we now have that presentation. We'll continue then to work with engineers to say, what do you think based upon, all of the things you're seeing, like which direction should we go? But I think we definitely know we have some drainage issues. I think we knew that prior to starting this process, but I think just as of late, they're just more because we've been seeing higher volumes of rain in shorter periods of time, so.
Any other questions, facilities? No?
Would the town pay any of that, like for the proactive measure of like what might happen, what we're improving for their benefit down below, let's say?
Well, I mean, that's our property, like the
Yeah.
property below it, but I think, being we're in an area where, when there's, even like the homeowners, say below us, I mean, we'd have a liability to, if we're, say if we have a drainage issue or we're pushing water and it's not being correctly channeled and it could potentially damage somebody else's, I think what we currently are seeing is that some of the way we need to create other ways in distributing that water. So in the next week or so, forget about the bond, we will be coming forth with a recommendation from engineers because we've had to have them come in because we've been having erosion on those fields. That was not anticipated, so we need to make some short-term improvements to some of it, but I think then we want to get to that long-term improvement. But I think, although it's not totally connected, I think because we were focusing on the Burke Estate, speaking about it in terms of the drainage, and then, of course, then this, started to occur, and we've made some significant improvements, or the Hastings Little League and community partners had partnered with us and gave us money to improve our baseball field this past, not even within the last 18 months. And we've done some of that work, and now, of course, some of that area we had to pull out. And not that we'll have to have the field guy back into kind of, they repaired the hole, but then, to make sure that the playing field itself is put back in place. We did a lot of the work that would have had to been, we didn't have to bring an outside contractor, but then the field itself, we may need to bring him back in to do some fixes before we can play baseball, open it up for the season.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to policies, we have a pretty expansive purchasing policy, 6700. Is there anything, obviously, Maureen, you're deeply connected to this sort of stuff, anything very important to?
Did you, from the board, the committee, or?
Yeah, I don't think we had many, we just had an internal discussion, but I think the regs are attached to it as far as I remember, right? So, and just kind of walking through, especially for the bigger bids, that we're following, it was an open bid and what
So there was
the
a
award
value
factors
proposition
were.
added in there?
Best value,
Best
right.
value,
Yeah.
right.
One of the things we spoke about was a kind of rubric thing, but it turns out that it was already there. But it's not, it has a different name, so that it's open, and the state also really looks very closely to all the different factors that has to go on in selecting the bidder, so we
Then-
discussed that thoroughly.
There's a big part about piggybacking bids. And,
Yeah, we try to be, but there's a way, I think, what Dr. Long is saying, sometimes even as, we just did a bid, it's called for E-rate, it's for wiring and technology type of improvements, and when we determine who the bidder is going to be, sometimes you have to use a rubric, because sometimes it could be the initial bid, but then if there may be other costs, and then there could be other things, so we kind of put it, and then it may not always be the straight cost. I mean, it eventually has to meet all the criteria, but we will, at times when it's appropriate, use a rubric to also determine, but, it has weighting, that's not, I don't create it, it's based upon how do you determine the award for those type of bids.
Okay. All right, so this is just the first read, so we're not voting on it. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments, I'm sorry, about policy 6700? No? Okay, moving on. Old business, this is a pressing thing, this is adoption of the 24-25 school year calendar. Dr. McCarthy put a significant cover memo with all the background on here. Are there any questions or comments about the school calendar?
I just want to say thank you for moving, by the way, the graduation day.
Can you speak louder?
Oh, I just said thanks for moving the graduation day.
To the 18th.
See Mr. A and team around, thank them. Also, Melissa DiLibera does exquisite work sorting all this out, setting the stage, finding out what other districts are doing, and it's a bit of a moving target. But we really worked hard to bring you, in this public document, all the things to consider, where we, so to speak, line up with the other districts on a number of the key questions. And calendars are a year-by-year event, and they're a key vote for you. So, we are able to get to some solutions this year, and we'll keep trying to get to those solutions for future years.
Is it, when are we voting on it?
Today.
Today, okay, good.
Yes, your second.
Right now.
I know, right now, yes, I really, thank you, I really like it, so.
Well, it's your choice to vote. I'm being a little bold, but it is on the agenda as a vote.
Okay, sure.
Any other questions or comments about the calendar? No? Is there a motion to approve our school calendar for the 24-25 school year?
So,
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
From a communication standpoint, the Friday letters for me now come every other Friday. They're now timed to come after a board meeting, so that's a way to really kick up information. So we'll probably maybe do a quick blast tomorrow and then a reiteration of this, so families have this and can understand and plan, so.
Moving on to unused inclement weather days, just to be clear, we're not voting on we're considering a concrete plan. We're not voting on the specifics. We are voting to give the superintendent the authority to execute the specifics depending upon the weather.
Correct.
So it's sort of an open-ended authority, just so we're not wedded to whatever we approve, so to speak, here.
And I can address, I know there's been some questions. We have a great relationship with PTSA SEPTA, and I don't remember the exact date of the monthly meeting, but they in that meeting raised questions about the grouping of the days around Memorial Day and what the impact particularly would be on the upcoming algebra test. That was about a month ago, so went back, did work closely with Lou. Lou went out and talked to all the math teachers, and then heard today there's still some of those same questions, so he went back out. And I can assure the board that there's very active, I mean, they know about that lost day and they're planning for it, be it right around the Memorial Day. So wherever we move that day, you're going to have a lost instructional day, and potentially you might have more lost minutes, because there's a lot of work gone into by both the high school, the middle school, on where do you give up that instructional time. So at least regarding the algebra work, that both of the key teachers at the high school know it's coming that date. They're planning on it. They've been planning to run after-school reviews in early May for test prep. They're placing students who need extra help in an algebra lab with lunch lessons with NHS tutors. I think it's a nice effort of peer work. SPED is involved in supporting reviewing SPED students who may need extra time and help in the algebra lab. So all of this is going on, and if teachers are going beyond their given day, there has to be some remuneration for that, which I think we understand. So that's all very much being planned out with that understanding. The similar work is going on at the middle school for those students, at least around the algebra question. Just so you know, if we were to shift, for example, just making something up, if you were to say, why don't we take April 1 off as a potential day, and then May 24th off, meaning take one less day, you would actually lose 160 minutes in instructional time in the high school, as opposed to 80 minutes, because both are E days. So that's part of the analysis here of where do these days fall relative to the block schedule. Right now, you actually have 80 minutes lost as it relates to the high school because of you're spreading out those, you got an E and F day. So, I mean, the other factor to think about, and I guess I'm willing to sweat for you, is if you reduce it by moving to the April 1, I think the argument there is pretty profound. I don't think you want to give up that kind of instructional minutes. But is you then say, okay, let's reduce down to 2 days across April, May, which I'm a little reluctant to do, given the extent of rains and all the rest and what that might mean for us. So I'm not sure, that's a muddier answer than I planned giving you, but I wanted to assure you, very simple takeaway summary. One, a lot of work at the algebra question and a lot of support in planning for that lost instructional day well ahead of time. Then if some dates are shifted, we've actually, the administration, Lou, Scott and team, Melissa Szymanski, have put a lot of time into minimizing the lost instructional time, and we think what we've given you is the best. I mean, we're minimizing the negatives, maximizing the positive here.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are we ready to ask questions? Okay. I'm looking at the calendar. I realize this is like horrible.
We voted, sorry.
No, this year's calendar. Oh yeah, but we did vote on that too. Looking at the calendar in general, like, there's like no days to give up, but what if we did instead, like, did you consider doing like Friday the 21st, for instance, taking another day from the week before? Just because I think that there won't be any seniors around, so they won't be affected. And, it's the end of the year.
The seniors are already gone.
Right, I'm quite sure we have other tests.
No, that's what I mean, but like, I'm saying June 21st, like, we're talking about the last day of school would be the 26th, so we take that, but further to the end of June. when that, you know, like, because I know that there's certain days that you can like end the school year, but I'm just thinking the 21st, it won't affect the seniors because they'll all be gone. And nothing's happening
Well,
because
but
it's the end of the school year.
But I think the concern, I mean, we looked at all options, and I can go back, I think the concern is you do have exams and tests still in that period.
Oh, you do? When are the regions
I
happening?
don't have the Regents dates in front of me. I mean,
I thought the regions were early this year.
No,
That was the whole thing about,
yeah,
that was
but-
why.
I mean, to give you a general answer on June, I talked to Lou and Scott, and they said any other day you pull in June, you know, you're at risk of getting into class exams, class tests, or the regions.
Oh.
So,
Including moving the last day up, like just.
you know, that day,
prioritizing?
with that, no, we already did that.
But could you bump it up to like, does it matter the order? Doesn't really matter? I mean,
We can only do that one day. We can't.
yeah,
we
it's
can't
one,
go-
it's not two.
That's why I was saying June 21st.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like the end,
To
but
get
it's
a
not
new
the
date
end,
is
you know?
complicated.
Do they have exams on
Yeah,
Fridays
you're in
in
regions.
June?
Yeah.
You're in the regions.
But is
That's
there,
the problem,
do they
'cause they're
have it on
distributed.
Fridays in June?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
They're not
Tuesday
even
through
back to
Friday.
back, they're like.
Tuesday
Final
through
days
Friday.
for the
No
June
Mondays.
2025 Regents exam period. Yeah, you're starting, you're getting into June 17th through Friday, June 27th. Just June 19th, which is obvious because it's observance of
It's
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
Yeah.
But you're smack in the regions, so.
I was just, I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I was just, you know, thinking about the SEPTA and PTSA response about the algebra regent. And, you know, I mean, and the kids can stay and they can stay after school, but it's not the same as having class time. And anyway,
Well-
I appreciate that you did everything you could. It's just a shame that we have to give back, we will probably have to give back 3 days. It's complicated every year.
Yeah, I mean, the team heard the questions ahead of a month ago and then also, heard them and then reheard them recently. So we really went back to look, and right now are planning for that lost instructional day, but with a lot of lead time. So they're, confident that they can even it out. And because the other options either land you on top of regents or you end up moving more instructional times, you're going to have other courses, not algebra, that you start to have some significant effect on. I mean, the fundamental here is the challenge of the give-back days.
100%.
And so it's trying to.
Every year it's the
work
same
around
thing.
that. This year I guess we thank the weather for getting us down to as few as 3. But, I think the board does remember that on average over the last 11 years, we've had at most 4.
2.7 was the
Yeah.
average.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think that the only expectation, I think. would be
inclement
fair-
weather days, I'm sorry, I think you
Right.
know what I was saying, but you did it,
Yeah.
you translated it.
It's also so hard for the parents to have the Friday and the Tuesday after Memorial Day. I mean,
I think so too.
yeah. I mean, I know that there's no
5 day.
answer, but it's just so hard. 5 days to have, especially like 5 days, what are you gonna do with them when they're little and, like, when they're older, it doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, it would be, I think, reasonable. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done to sort of, define what the issue is and then make sure that it's not going to be an issue. Just to make sure that, we sort of check back and see how it went. So if it comes up as a policy decision next year, that we're sort of aware of if it worked,
Might be harder next year because there's an additional holiday, right? Lunar.
I forget at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get harder and harder.
Just gonna get, right, because the algebra regions are the 4th, the following week. So that only gives them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that week to jump back into it.
Other questions, comments, considerations on this topic?
Do we, I know we're not voting on it today, but will we eventually vote on it, or we're just like?
We are voting
We
on
are
it.
voting on
But
it.
not.
But it's an open-ended
But
vote.
later,
But it's not
yeah.
set
To
in
give-
stone.
Yeah.
It's to give
In
the-
case we get a March snowstorm, which
Right.
happens.
Yeah, I
It's
think there are
happened.
2
Yep.
approaches for the board at this point. I mean, the irony is that you had your first read on this, though the public has now seen this because it's been out there. But you as a board officially would have had your first read on what was our honest to goodness snow day, right? The meeting we lost. And then this would have been your vote. So conceivably, you could have this as a first read and voted on the 19th. My view is you just want to give families as much lead time as possible. The reality is it's now out in the public. I can include it as an update this week if anyone's reading those letters, and we can, help push it, and say the board's considering this, gives a little more time. If, the only reason I say definitely don't do that is if you're thinking that April 1 date is attractive to try and use in some way, because that's only several weeks out. I just think the problem in using that, and actually Maureen and I talked a bit about this today, and my climatologist, whose name I won't mention, but you all know who I'm talking about, who's just precise as they go, whether it's worth rolling the dice a little bit to say, if you give April 1, and then you could make it with 2 days. But then the question, then I'm back in that instructional time question. So to give you your 2 choices very clearly, you could say, thank you, we've heard this, let's wait till the 19th to vote. That 2-week lead, even if you decide to use April 1, that's enough for families. We'll be telling them it's a possibility. Or if you think April 1's not likely, go ahead and vote and give tonight, and then you have the flexibility.
Dr. Marquez, I was wondering whether a third to what you stated could be an amendment to maybe a number 4 that would say that that would be subjective to what you actually further look into. That way we can vote on it today. You know what I'm trying to say? Like give you a leeway to a number 4, which can be outside of the 3 that you suggested.
Meaning to have another identified date?
Yeah, which is not yet identified,
right.
But we can still, you know what I mean, but we can still vote on it now. That way, when you just amending it, because if we don't vote on it now, because you have to do some more searching, and then it will sort of push everything. But if we vote on it now with an amendment, that there will be another option in case these 3 we are trusting that we will trust the leadership team to go with that option. And now at least we have it all covered.
That's essentially what we're doing. It's an open-ended authority for him
right
to
now
make
it's
a
just
decision.
3 that is there. That's why Dr. Marquez is asking. It's only 3 which is saying either this or that, right? Which is what we are voting for. And then what if there's a 4th one that could have been great, but then we voted to stick with these 3. That's what I'm trying to say. We can just amend it with the clause.
To the point of, the authority is for 3 days?
We have
does
to
it
use
matter?
3
That's
days.
what I
Right,
see
like,
here.
can our vote just be like, if it ends up being April 1?
That's all a vote
Yeah,
is, right.
okay.
It's just an open-ended authority
Okay.
for him,
So then there's no harm, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, you mean like as a listed,
Yeah,
as a
we've not
data
set-
point?
Yeah,
Right.
we've not.
Could
made
we
it.
make an agreement? Does everybody think that, like, if we do end up using a day, say it snows, that we won't go, that the day will take away is the Tuesday after Memorial Day? Do you know what I mean? So we
Oh,
still would
that's
keep
a
the
kind of
26th
amendment.
and the
More
Friday
sensitive.
before, but
Okay.
the one in the
I don't
middle
want
is
to
the
be
one we pull
prescriptive
out.
about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, instead of being prescriptive about the specifics, I was just thinking that we can leave it loose for the amendment piece,
Wouldn't you typically prioritize the days?
Yeah, the plan does, it has a simple chronological prioritization in the memo that's to you. But what Doreen's saying is that, and I'd have to just look at the issue of the letter days, would be flipping it, say that if we use a day, we would take that'd be May 28th, it would be left May 24th and June 26th as the 2 give-back days. I just have to, here it is. So, I mean, you could vote and say, we understand that April 1 is problematic, so we agree not to have that on the list. So we're looking at then the 3 days in order that they'd be taken, would be taken back, would be May 28th and May 24th, and then June 26th, if we ended up using that. Am I being clear?
That's what I'm saying, if we could prioritize the 26th over the 28th of May.
So that's what
Wait,
you want to
meaning-
change.
Meaning, if we have to,
That is the
That is
highest
the
priority
order.
day to give back,
Yeah.
26th.
of June, or meaning?
Of June.
In other
So
words,
you-
whatever we can do to protect it so kids can go back to school on the 28th of May would be great.
Right, so meaning right now, you would say you're agreeing that the 3 give back days, May 24th, May 28th, and June 26th, and, you're expressing an understanding that we went back several times to look at the algebral impact, et cetera.
Yep.
We have a plan to minimize that impact, and if you shift, you may now start having impact on other classes with
Right.
instructional time.
Yep.
So it's just saying, okay, you as a board understand that. So while it's those 3 days, if indeed there's some inclement weather day, so you only have 2 left, please then have May 28th be that first day you take off
That's what I
to
would
give
say,
back.
but, yeah.
So then left on the give back would be Friday, May 24th, and then June 26th.
Correct.
I think that's highly logical and defensible,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, so are we comfortable if that's where
With
things
that,
are
with
at?
that amendment, I'll go with what the team wants. I was just trying to give the leadership team some more leeway, but if we want to just stick with it like this, I'll go with it.
Bill, do you want us to vote on it?
Yeah, whatever makes it easiest for Bill.
I mean, I think the sooner you're signaling to families what the plan is, I think the better, and understanding there is going to be, because it's weather changes and then plans for weather change. And,
Are we talking May 2025?
No,
No,
this
this
year.
is-
This one.
no, this all gets very, I share,
Sorry, the calendar.
yeah, I
No,
share
we're
your
talking about the
confu-
current year.
Wait,
The
I share your
current
confusion,
calendar.
Joe.
What year is it?
It's for this year.
Yeah.
That's what makes it hard.
So I would recommend you vote on that, and then would be the 3 days, and then the order of use of those givebacks would be the 28th would be the first to give back, leaving the 24th to give back and the 26th to give back.
Yeah, just
In
to be
that
clear, if Bill had to react to something, we wouldn't have to wait for a board meeting or have a vote.
Correct,
He has the
correct.
authority.
Right.
Correct, that's exactly what
And
that
is the
means.
26th the last day of school?
June 26th, so that would, it then would be, we'd actually end on June 25th.
Do you have any more concerns or questions? Okay, so with all that said, is there a motion to approve Bill's authority for the inclement weather give-back days?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we had raised as a discussion the DI initiatives as a new business item. Where
Yeah, I want to, I prepared a whole lot of stuff to talk about it, so I'm going to read it. Because I read,
Too long?
well, I know we impacted the thing, but it's very important because as you can see, we've had parents, parents have come in, and I mean, that's where somehow it was put, but with a very impacted meeting for today. But this is an important issue. We've seen parents, well, I wouldn't say two parents, we've seen parents come in that are representing different people, and this is not a secret in our community. People are very angry and very torn and very in opposite directions, and we cannot keep thinking that it's going to go away. It's not. And
About the gender curriculum?
About DI in total, including gender, which we just heard. We've just heard, we've received information. So, I mean, I'm not, right now, as I sit here, I sit in an intersectionality space. I have a direct spouse who is a musician. Music stuff is impacting. I have a child who is special needs. Special needs is impacting. I'm a person of color. DI stuff is impacting. So, and all these things are all important, and somehow it has to be equally addressed. You get what I'm trying to say? So, I have been a voice to the silent voices, and I want to continue. There's two sides to the coin on everything, and we've seen an issue that should not be political in nature being drawn right here. And we have been voted in to do a work that serves our community in the way that it does. We all came into district because of the academics and because of the environment. And everybody wants to feel like they are in a space that will not close the other way. And I understand. I have a statement here that is actually at the end, but I'm going to read it right here. And it's not going to be long because I've sort of summarized stuff. I wrote a very long thing, but I've tried to summarize stuff. But this is what I'll say. The sensitivity of this DI work can be likened to our response to smells. Some of us actively seek out equity issues, constantly attuned to detecting disparities like someone trying to identify a foul odor. Others, however, may not be actively engaged and can become desensitized to the work. This is similar to how senses adapt to strong smell over time, eventually becoming numb to it. For those of us where the lingering scent has permeated our nostrils, on either side of the coin, there is a collective awareness that although some aspects of the DEI initiative have made commendable strides, however, the effectiveness of these efforts remains constrained and woefully inadequate. Primarily due to, this is what I suggested, the positioning of DI experts in institutions' limited relevance and its impact. This is evident in our districts where DI is relegated to a TOSA level, which, if you don't know what TOSA is, teaching on special assignment, prompting questions about genuine commitment to an actionable, non-tokenized, dedicated work, which we all know is crucial. Now, this has led non-experts to exert undue influence, or aka micromanaging, whatever we want to call it, on this work, pushing expertise to the sidelines as mere thoughts, partnerships, using analogy that, and I want to use this analogy which I've used many times in terms of health. The concern for health doesn't qualify someone to practice medicine. I emphasize that caring about DI doesn't automatically confer expertise in DI work. DI efforts should be rooted in expertise, not treated as peripheral resource summoned by non-experts to fix errors. The experts should be at the core of the work, supported by a dedicated team that could include non-experts. I strongly advocate for a significant restructuring of DI work and its position, aligning it with administrative emphasis of a counselor or psychologist and placing it under expert leadership at the foundational level of execution. However, I propose deferring this discussion to give the leadership team some time to devise comprehensive reconstruction plan. But the objective here of wanting to go through some things here is for the sake of the two dichotomous things that we've heard. And that's why I want to read some things. So I've sort of given my ending statement right now. But what I wanted to share, I sort of did a printout to my colleagues here because I know this is our board work. And I'm hoping this will be useful. I'm sharing this from an informed place, and I will share. Let's pass this along, please. So, all I want to say is that I have a diagram. I have a diagram there that shows achieving societal equity, and I'm speaking to the concerns that have come from both side of the fence. We are trying to achieve societal equity, and what I've shown is societal structures that has hegemony, marginalized, and equitable coexistence, and the other side is showing societal equity that has legislation, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and policies. The marginalized group, the U.S. has identified it as the protective class, which I call the human protective rights group: race, color, ethnicity, religion, disability, sex, gender, on and on and on. And DI work is supposed to focus on marginalized groups to promote that safe and fair existence that is deserving of everyone. But a lot of what I'm going to focus on is also lift up the silent voices that have communicated to me since I gave that, that I expressed that concern when we had that meeting here. And just to bring that balanced perspective, but also to highlight really the work of DEI that I think that has some cognitive dissonance about it, because people is being placed on a political platform when it's not. So I will start by stating that puzzles fit together because of their differences. We have to understand that puzzles fit together because of their differences. Observing the social dynamics within society reveals a continuous engagement in conflict from various angles rooted in our very diversity. This conflict is because of our diversity. The critical question we must ask ourselves is whether we are pushing diversity authentically to achieve equitable coexistence, or merely engaging in a tug of war with each other to either create new wave of homogeneity into dominance, or maintain the current hegemony structures to reinforce marginalization. This is what I keep seeing as a tug of war. Neither of these paths is a way to achieving societal equity. At the crux of the matter, people desire true freedom. Everybody wants to live freely. It is the inherent right of everyone to live freely without any form of constraint. Individuals within the federally protected classes, which I refer to again as the HPR for short, human protective groups, right groups, encompass all these categories that I've mentioned, which is also in our culturally responsive sustaining education: race, age, gender, ethnicity, disability, color, religion, sex, more and more and more, all of which DI work is supposed to embody. I have encountered numerous examples from individuals from all these elements crying to assert freedom of their rights. If I want to be called a boy, then I am a boy. If I want to be called a girl, then I am a girl. And if I choose neither, that is my prerogative. And I have the right to determine the criteria I want to assert for myself, either by what? One, feelings, or that's one side of the group which you've heard in some of the lessons to bring marginalization up, or biological sex, which is another thing that people are holding on to. Either or is acceptable according to a public space. Likewise, if my skin color is shades darker, that should not criminalize me or label me as a non-entity, burdening me to prove myself or appease someone's biased perspective. However, navigating authentic societal equity requires ensuring that everyone's rights to freedom are held in a manner that does not in turn result in the loss of freedom for another. To navigate true societal equity, the essence of creating public value with individual utilitarian support for collective wellness, personal ethos, empathy, assertions for free living, and the mirror window, which I was so glad we had someone, and I may say the same thing, mirror window viewing for harmonious coexistence, requires the understanding of the reality of our social structures. So, historic establishment of hegemonic and marginalized groups, and like I said, DI is supposed to focus on marginalized groups, in our societal structures has to be undone. And the aftermath is what we are cleaning up, because actually there's nothing like race. There's one human race, and we all know that. There's no more black race, yellow race, white race. But race is still part of the HPR group because of the aftermath, not because there's separate races in the society as it stands. Okay, so the aftermath needs to be cleaned up, and it's currently being done by 3 essential approaches across our society and within the schools and everywhere. 1 is policy making, 2 is legislative acts, and 3 is DEI. DEI is not supposed to be political in nature. It is geared to dismantling the aftermath and making sure that dismantling societal hegemony and marginalization, making sure that we obtain a level playing field. So that is what the work is. The DEI is a humanistic paradigm devoid of political entanglement. So I will skip to this part that is at the end. That's I want to share, which says, I'll just read it. At this point, I'd like to share insights from individuals on both sides of the fence who have willingly shared their experiences, their vulnerabilities, and provided examples to me and to others that have passed it along to me. These insights will not expose confidential matters, but I will give this raised concerns that has been provided and examples of some form of practical implementation that was shared, and this is not just from me, but community concerns as well. So for clarity, I want to outline the work of DEI, which I have summarized into three main focuses, which again is from an informed space.
So is this what you're recommending for us to think about in terms of?
To think about in terms of why that position, let me say it properly, why an administrative director level position, not leadership team, not that authoritative mindset that people may be having. And let me make it clear to the community, this is not something that impacts budget. But how it should look like the director for counselors. Right now, the way it is a dangling thing. And I just don't want to talk too much than to just go into the targeted points, if that would be useful. So these three, if the community as a whole, because of this whole terrain thing that is happening, we've heard two opposite thing here, and we know this is happening behind the scene. This is just the iceberg, and we all know that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Maybe I'm just the only one that is being impacted from both sides of the coin. Maybe, but it's very relevant in the society. Am I right or wrong, Doreen? Thank you for shaking your head, because this is not just something that is just an isolated thing. There's a slew of parents on one side and a slew of parents on the other side. And it's about time we have to bring out what the true meaning of DEI is, for people not to feel all nervous with wrong ideas running into the society, and for the proper work to get done. And so it's two things, not to let bad PRO go out there for people to think DEI is all political and crazy, and therefore this is not a good thing that the school should have. And also for us to actually look at it and see how we can restructure it, because frankly, DEI work is difficult everywhere. And if it's not working here, it's not working. How do we do it better? So this is, and I want to share some informed work, because there's all kinds of cognitive dissonance going on. And that's why I want to, speaking to the community and to us at the same time, if that makes sense. Okay, so with that.
Point, I just want to say something.
Sure.
Because there is DEI work being done here. Maybe part of it is that we have to take a look at both what we're doing and what we need to do, and think about
Correct.
What the best thing
Correct.
is.
Yes,
we
yes.
can't say we're not doing it.
Correct.
Or that it's bad. Maybe it needs to be looked at. But we need to be doing something so that people are all feeling heard.
Correct. And so what I'm doing, which I've done in the past, and all of you know that, I always bring, even if it's not my personal value or whatever, and you all know that about me, I bring it here. And I think it's just fair to do that, because it's been happening, and I just want to bring it all here. So these are the three things. Like there's all kinds of DI work that happens all over, but I've just summarized it into these three because it's really relevant to us, and that's what is touching people's hairs. So at the end of the day, DI work, as I know it to be, and there's more to it, I want to just summarize into these three. One is that the work aims to foster an atmosphere that cultivates safe emotional and mental environment and ensures fair experiences for marginalized individuals like everybody else. Because again, DEI is focused on marginalized groups. This is achieved through both proactive and reactive measures at all levels, not just the student body, which is what has been a concern that has come from community members as well. The second part is DEI is dedicated to bringing awareness and education about ostracized states of marginalized groups, and hence how the aftermath, because a lot of policies have dismantled all these hegemony stuff and legislation, but how the aftermath of their exclusion from participatory roles in diverse facets of our shared society and diverse structures looks like today. This is achieved through professional development, which is wonderfully being made with all the other experts, individuals that are brought in there. I have personally encountered Centerlane in Columbia University. Their resources are amazing. I have. Their work they do is not just gender, it's just a lot of family structures, including polygamy, what do you call it, like adoption, like it's just so many. But they can just do gender. They can do so many things, which is not just one side of the marginalized group work. And yet still the narrative is roaming differently in our society and within our circles. Okay, so it's achieved and candid conversations narrative across levels, not just within the student body. Diversity, equity, and inclusion work in curriculum concerns diverse. So curriculum. So people wonder what has that got to do with curriculum? Because it's important for diverse representation and pedagogical approaches to teaching and learning. This is achieved through the culturally responsive, sustaining education across all levels of our academic discipline. And so at this point, I'm just going to cite the statements of concerns that were shared. And I have reworded it in a blanket form because these parents literally said that it's not fair that their voices are not being brought and they don't want to feel cancelled. And they were very, and this was just this past time. And so I said, and what I did was try to explain that you are getting the wrong mind about it. And they said, but that's not what they are witnessing, right? Because I'm just one person, and that's why this is our work session. I'm speaking to the board. I'm speaking to you, my colleagues. Does that make sense? So I'm just throwing it out there, and let's see what we can do. So starting with the first bullet point about the atmosphere part, the concern that was raised was empathy building although empathy building is, empathy building is not an exercise that I've switched their words around so that I can bring. So empathy building is not an exercise that reinforces othering against marginalized groups. In other words, they feel it's creating that empathy building is making marginalized individuals feel othered. For instance, establishing a person's identity transcends their historically marginalized labels. So instead of saying a black scientist, it should be a scientist who happens to be black, right? So that was some of the things. Some people have shared stories where efforts to build empathy actually reinforce their stereotype. The most elusive one has been performance empathy. That's what it's called, where gestures are superficial and do not lead to a meaningful change, and it's just a checkbox rather than like the real stuff being done. And again, when we in guarding around these things, I'm glad we have our peer mentorship work that the students are marvelously doing, connecting to students, because it's very organic and it's not any structured paper stuff. You know, they connect. They want to connect deeply. The most perfect thing I'm loving right now with all of this is how the high school leadership are connecting with the students, because you don't need, it's not scripted. It's just authentic. They want to connect in reality and know about these kids. And these kids have shared how they really love it. Even when we had our own SU meeting, I had also heard it. The kids are happy to have these cool kids with them, and to ask about their day and actually listen to them and be interested in the other side that they don't even know anything about. Another concern raised was restorative practice, where it's sometimes, whilst it's being done, it perpetuates a deficit narrative instead. And with that, there is this particular thing that, so let me just read it. So basically, sometimes they are building, so let me just read what this person said, and I think I've shared this in a different circle before. So for example, suppose someone who is of Jewish descent hears the K word from a black person. In that case, empathy involves a black person envisioning themselves in a similar situation, not as a person of Jewish descent, but as an individual subjected to the N derogatory word. So that is how empathy building is. But instead, they are asking, how would you feel as a black? You can never, I'm a black person, I can never feel like a Jewish person. So you asking me to feel something is not real. And so the work of empathy is not being done well. Another thing that was a big concern which was raised was potential elimination. This was from the other side of the coin, potential elimination of the term boy or girl. It's like, why can't somebody says boyfriend, girlfriend, it seems it's an issue in the school. And so with that, again, it was misunderstood because I don't think it's an issue in the school. A part of my family is in the LGBTQ thing, and one of them have a romantic partner who is non-binary. So while this person is saying, oh, that's my boyfriend, that's my girlfriend, that person is introducing the romantic partner as, is my romantic partner who is non-binary. Because especially when the boyfriend is covering both what, cis and transgender. Does that make sense? So is it what is happening? I don't know. But this is what is being raised as a concern, that it looks like the term boy and girl can no longer be used. And is it actually true? I don't know. Maybe it's not true. But what I'm doing is pouring it out here.
Could we get back to like the
Yes.
ask, right? Like, what's the ask with this?
So they
Consider
ask, and
these
I
goals
think
and come back and discuss it?
so all these things I'm pointing out there because experts are not informing the work, and it's causing more damage than good, because these concerns that are being shared with me, if it was expert informed work, this should not be a concern. I know Centerlane is not saying that you can use the term boy. Centerlane is not saying that gender is only by your feeling and not biological sex. I am doing my terminal degree at Columbia University, another one. I know it. I've worked with Centerlane. But that's not what they are saying to us, is it? That's not what we are hearing them saying, is it? And so that bothers me. And of course, I mean, I'm not the only I hope I'm not the only board member that people are reaching out to from both sides of the coin, am I?
You're not.
Okay, so I want to bring it here because that's where we have to do the work.
Jody wants to say something.
Thank you. Go
So,
ahead.
This is not easy to say, okay?
I know it's not.
I have to say it to you. I sort of feel like you're lecturing us.
I'm not lecturing because
And-
this has been, Jody, I'm not lecturing because this is what I feel. I asked for this for the 3 years that has been there.
Okay.
And when have we talked about it? Community members have talked about it. When have we talked about it? Tell me when it has been on agenda. And I have to
I hear
prepare
that.
notes.
I
hear that, and
agree. I feel like you're
you've
lecturing
actually
us.
taken a lot of time to put this together, and
Yes.
and it's a lot. It's a lot. I get it, but I feel like you're in the weeds, right? With lots of example, and I don't mean that in the way it sounds. I mean you're in lots of detail, and I think as a board, our job is to be thinking, what do we need to be thinking about in terms of the district? What do we need to be thinking with Bill about, is there a way that we should be thinking about this? And maybe giving some of this information to him or ideas about what people passing along what people have said or people's experiences. But
So
I don't
for
know
the
if
for the
it's-
3 years that, I mean, you've been here for 13 plus years. Okay, we go in the weeds with academics. We go in the weeds with budgets.
that we don't, but the board doesn't. The person who is the academic expert or the financial expert goes in the weeds with us. So we need to be talking and thinking about how does the person who works for the district.
The person is, we don't have any.
I think if I can say that I agree with Damaris in that what I've always agreed with you about this is that DEI is a political term. It's politicized, but actual DEI work doesn't need to be exactly what you're saying. And I think you're saying that like the approach perhaps that sometimes happens is that it's an either or instead of a both and.
Exactly.
And so I think that I think that I've seen that myself sometimes in the district and what I've heard and what we're teaching and all of that. And I think that's a really good point. And so I'm glad you raised that because I don't know what the answer is in terms of what we should do, what the district should do, and what it looks like in terms of who handles it. But I think that your point about the approach and how we look at it is well taken, and I agree.
And what I also want to add,
Mark,
Jody,
can I jump in
I
for
just
one
want to respond to Jody, just 1 second, because it's fair. So Jody, as you know, when things are personnel matter, we can only discuss it at the executive session. This is not a personnel matter, and as you know, the board meetings is where we do our work. And that's where we can bring in community concerns. We spend a lot of time on calendar. And with the calendar, I mean, exactly, with the calendar, just writing, to be honest with you, one document where personally, where I sit, and I've shared this publicly, either there's not, people have come here, no religion should be different, and separated it, just like that. If it's bare bone with all the squares and nothing in the middle, I will go by it. It's fine by me. But people are invested in it. And the problem with this work is that either people may feel politically cancelled because we've made DI political, or they may feel silenced by this small, ostracized by this small community that's so connected and feel alone. So the only thing that Board of Trustees, and I am trying to do my work here because all I can do is to share what keeps knocking on my door. People begging, and we've not discussed this. You get what I'm trying to say? So all I'm doing is pouring it out, and we do have so many experts in the community who do this work that we know is difficult. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying we've not taken strides in this work. Don't get me wrong, but guess what? We've had a very impacted meeting today, and this is where it's being watched. What else can I do than to try to speed up as much as I can say? And am I going to say this another time? No. And as a board, our community is divided. This is no Hastings. Everyone is a nerd in Hastings. It shouldn't be like that. And they are saying things that I know that it's DI work. It should not be. Look at what we heard. And meanwhile, that's the reality they're experiencing in their home. And we all know that that's not how DI work should be. Like what this person said, this person knows that that's not what is happening. And what this person said, that person said that's not what is happening. And all I'm doing is just bringing it here because that's where I'm supposed to bring it, not behind the scenes. Am I?
No, I agree with you. I think that there has to be a question and an ask in there somewhere, which is like to conclude the discussion. It's an observation, and you know, and I think you're an expert in the field, honestly. So you're very passionate about it. I respect that. But is the ask, how do we make it better? Can we look at what's out there? How do we support it and reinforce it? Like, that's what our group decides, right? Like, what do we need to make it, to improve it or to support it? I think that's what we can help.
Got it. Thank you. So what is in our rights to do is not who we hire. because that's the work of the superintendent. What is in our right to do is to create administration positions, which in this case, it's not going to affect our budget in any way. And so when I'm saying this publicly, I don't care who the person is placed there or not placed there. The problem is the exertion of the work. And the administrative role is not leadership like, not the leadership, but to the level I'm asking that we discuss an administrative role to the level of a director, like the director of guidance counselor that we do have. Like an administrative person who is a psychologist. Because when these things are happening and they are in our faces about it, and you keep saying that, no, that's not DEI, no, that's not true. It doesn't, it's coexistent. Da, da, da. Who is the admin person that is an expert? We don't have an admin person. As a board, we've not created an admin person to work on this societal equity work. And that is my ask. But at this point, like I said, I just wanted to pour out, I promised the community on both sides of the coin that I'm going to pour out as much as I can. There's more, but I know it's late, so I'm not going to read the rest. But what I would say is let's table this discussion so that the leadership team can think through this administrative ask that I'm trying to put on the table for us to just have a community that when you go to the bank or you meet someone, you're not like feeling like we are all fighting against each other on this work. Thank you.
If you could share with everybody, you could send us.
This
if
is
you
so
want to,
bad.
because I see
You
you
see
put
it.
a huge amount of work into it, and if you want people to see
Okay.
what you've thought about.
This is
and-
good enough. What I gave you is good enough. This one is summarized. It's good enough.
Well, we do need to post this on the board agenda.
Oh,
because
we
it
have
was-
to?
Oh, yeah. And just so
Okay.
you know, we have a new business, it's always at the end of the meeting, there were two
Correct,
new,
correct.
that's why it is where it is, because it's new business, so that's your
Okay,
structure.
so I'll email it to
So
you.
working procedurally, you should send this, and that then gives it a public,
Why
Present.
should I say?
because you present.
Okay, got it. I will.
I mean, you're expert at procedure, and that's the procedure, which is you put this into a public space
Okay.
at a board meeting formally,
Correct,
and
correct,
I
correct.
wouldn't be shy about it, I would just put a date on it, you
Okay.
know.
Okay, I will send it to you,
And then
Melissa.
it's posted in there, and then that gives the full right of your work to the community to see.
I think, I just want to say, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think you're right that we talk about a lot of things in here and we haven't had a really in-depth conversation about it.
The
I mean,
calendars, yes.
don't even talk to me about the calendars. So I appreciate it. I think this is
Thank
a
you,
good place
Doreen.
for it, so thank you.
Doreen.
It's important.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, my colleagues.
Thank you. Moving on to second public comment. We have public, so it's been waiting this long.
I didn't come to say anything, but I just want to say thank you. I agree. I think it's incredibly important that we talk about this seriously and do it at the time that it needs to be done, because it's super complicated. You know, it's not easy to understand. And, you know, and that in itself is evidence that we need to bring some expertise to it. You know, so I just wanted to do that.
Moving on to agenda review. All we have big that's lined up for the next meeting is an additional budget presentation, as far as I remember.
All that we have is an
I
addition.
mean, it's all like, this meeting was a catch-all
Yeah,
for all
that
the
was
stuff we
it.
missed.
Yeah.
But next meeting, which is 18th, 19th?
Yeah, you've got another, the non-instructional budget, probably a little more update on the facilities and all. We may have a student sharing. We had thought we might do that a couple times this year beyond your student reps here on the board, some students, and that, I don't know if that's for sure or not. We don't know yet. We'll see. And we do need an executive session, as you see there,
Right.
on a few topics, so.
Oh, for the 19th?
Yeah, but
you wanna do it?
this was a heavy lift meeting, and it was just because of
Snow days.
blame Mother Nature and snow. But the main focus will be your budget overview. And you may have a few items, such as you discussed in the executive session, to vote on.
So should we plan for a 5 PM start? I know, Maureen, that's a hard no.
It's
for
really,
you.
it's really hard for me. 5 o'clock is really hard.
The 19th.
19th.
Because we need an executive, so would we don't have to decide right now, but would a
Yeah, then I
5:30
need to look at my work calendar to see when I
would we
can
push
get out.
the, potentially, well, we can sort it out later, but just keep the 19th open, let's say, from 5:30 on. And we can sort it
Is
out.
5:30 work for board members if we do an efficient?
Yes, please.
That'll save Melissa's
Can we
polling.
do it like 5:30 and will we only need a half hour or we'll start
Yeah, we can
the
make it
BOE meeting
tight.
at 6:30?
6:30, and start the board meeting at 6:30.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah, well, let's
asking.
Can
see.
you make 5:30?
I'll make myself make it.
Okay.
I'll try, I don't know my work calendar.
Yeah, well, let's
in front
see,
of
I
me, so
mean, there
can't
definitely is
promise anything.
executive session material. We may be able to make it quite efficient for you. Or maybe you can join us in efficiency for the 30 minutes, but let's see,
Okay, all
all right?
right. Thank you. We'll open up for any additional Board of Ed comments.
I just wanted, I learned before I got here that a child in my son's grade, a sophomore, got hit by a car, like a really bad accident and is in bad condition. Jacob.
Around the school, or?
Yeah, I
And
think it was,
separately in a way. I'm not
yeah.
sure, I'm not sure much you want to talk about that, unless the family's asked you to.
no, but I just wanted to, neutrally say we're keeping them in our
Yeah,
prayers and our
that's nice,
thoughts.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other additional comments? No? Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.